Good. Mm-hmm. Hey,
Hello.
how's it going? Nice. Looks like we're already up to 11. You can't.
Oh,
Say something. Say something, Luke. Talk. Not me.
maybe it's my yeah.
Can't hear Jimmie.
There we go. You can't hear me?
Someone Rural Chaos TV can't. Luke is echoing.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
You can hear me, but they can't hear me? It says they can hear me.
Maybe it's Rural Chaos. I'm not sure.
But Luke is echoey, so why is Luke echoey?
I'm always far away.
You weren't before we went into the live.
Rural says there's Jimmie.
Yeah, I was here the whole time, man. Yeah, I don't know why you sure you don't have something going on that's weird on your end?
I got nothing.
How did we fix that earlier?
You like had a noise gate for me or something, and you lowered it.
No, I just muted the team. I don't know, man.
I don't know. People
It's
say
your
it
fault.
probably sounds. It's not my. It's like you told me to buy this microphone. This is.
It's not the microphone.
It's something, but
God damn it.
everyone says they can hear us.
Well, that's good. I can hear both of you. More cowbell.
It sounds like he's in a submarine.
Al said he couldn't hear too. It's just not me. I don't know. Maybe I don't know. Maybe I was just too far away from the microphone or something. I don't know. But everything's good now. So, how's it going? What's been going on with you guys? David, what's going on with you? Anything good?
Nope. Can you hear me all right?
Yeah.
Yeah, you sound great.
First, nice to meet you, Luke. I wish we could have met during the premiere there, but
Yeah, weather was not having it.
no, it wasn't nice. Wasn't nice here either. But not much is new with me. I'm just busy with work and trying to get as much motorcycle riding in.
Yeah. It's the time of year. Rochelle is Canadian. Hello. That's one of my wonderful mods.
Rochelle's here.
Yeah.
Sweet.
Well, I guess, Luke, what are your thoughts on, just say, the documentary? Tell me something that sticks out to you.
What sticks out to me is how different it is from other things that I'm used to doing and watching. It's so much different from like any other paranormal investigation movie or show. It's just different. You dig so much into like the location itself and like the people who own the location. I'm used to just get in, get the footage, and then what we have is what we have. But I don't know. It's just like the fact that we're done filming it, but it's still going.
Yeah.
That's what I would say.
Yeah.
Just like how I don't know what's the word. Complete. It's like a complete story. I feel like
Right.
all sides are being told.
Yeah. Yeah. Which, I mean, that's only fair, right? Like, that's what a documentary is, I think.
Yeah.
You know, and I got a lot of shit for even interviewing David because that makes it automatically biased. And it's like, well, you know, was Making a Murderer biased when they talk to the police? Or Get Gotti when they talk to the police? You know, I mean, you have to have... There's more to every story, you know? And since David was in the whole thing in the beginning... Well, I mean, it was, you know, I guess he'd probably been up for, what, a couple of months at the time, David?
Yeah, excuse me, 3 or 4, I guess. Yeah, and I mean, he was relative. I think he had like 80-something subs.
Right,
So,
right.
you know.
So it was like very beginning. Rochelle's Canadian is eating Five Guys, and I don't know how she can eat so many people. I didn't even know she was a cannibal. Jesus.
Yeah,
Be careful who you tell that to.
Context is important.
Yeah. So, but he took all those videos down that had you in them, right? Except for there's another channel, and I don't know if I should have said that because I don't want him knowing that. I mean, I don't know. That I know. I don't want him to bring it down. Yeah, we've used it. I guess I've probably taken out of it what I can or what I needed. So it's probably
we've copied
fine.
everything off it now anyway. So
Yeah.
well, I think Ben has too. So.
Yeah, so we have backups.
But yeah, he took down most of the ones I was in, all of them, I guess. Which is, I mean, I'm glad that I'm not in them. But what sucks is there's so much in them that you can see how he's changed his stories. So
Yeah.
you know.
Yeah. You know, like, obviously the one that sticks out to me is the one that I used where he had you out there digging holes. Like when when you're out there doing that, this is how long had you known Kent at this point?
About a week.
Mm-hmm. And so you're out there. I mean, what does he say to you? Like how does he get you to go about digging these holes? Did he tell you that was the plan the whole time?
No, he told me that the spirit box had told him that my cousin's body parts were buried out there in the trailer park behind where she was murdered, which if you look at the whole study, it makes absolutely no sense. But she was dismembered in the garage there. But
wow.
You know, he told me anyway, he told me that the spirit box, the spirits had told him through the spirit box that we would find bones there or whatever, or we'd find body parts there or whatever. And so he had me bring a shovel. He actually had me bring a shovel, and just in case. And and me and my wife and him went. We had been out with him one other time before that. He brought us to the actual Edmund Lamb's place of business, the place he actually had his business at, not the scam house. But
right. So what's going through your head, like, while you're like, so I imagine he's like, how did he determine where to start digging? How about that? Was it the spirit box told him?
Actually, in the video, it doesn't show how it really was. How it really was is he had me digging all over the friggin' place. I bet I dug 50 fucking holes, man. Excuse me, 50 holes. And he had us all over, and it was really hard packed clay, as you see in the video.
Uh-huh.
So you could really get down about a foot and then the next 6 inches was, I mean, you're beating clay out, so it's just little clumps coming out. So he had me go here and here, and he says, "Oh no, it said by the pole, by the pole." Well, there's a bunch of poles there. And then finally, of course, he went to his car, had a cigarette, came back miraculously. There's bones on top of the pile of clay.
So he didn't throw them in the hole; he threw them on the pile.
No, it was up on top of the pile. I didn't see him down in the hole. The only place I saw him was right on top of the pile when he came back.
Okay, so no dirt on them at all. It's like they're on the pile. Okay.
Yeah.
He just.
Which he would
Okay.
he would have had all of that on video, but he doesn't show any of that. He doesn't show me digging it out. He would have had that on video.
Right. Mr. Spookfest says, GhostQuest, you get a sub. Thank you. My dad mentioned something a little bit ago. Can I go back and take a look at it? My deepest sympathies to you, David. Burris was a first-class jerk to do what he did.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's stuff like that I can't, like people. So I watch Paranormal Nightmare, which are the Foreman brothers, okay? And I do enjoy those guys. I do know there are things that they do that I don't enjoy doing. New subscriber, I know it doesn't have the name on there. I couldn't figure out how to fix that earlier, but I know it's Mr. Spookfest, and I appreciate you very much. Yeah, it just. What was I just saying? I'm sorry, I got distracted. I was excited because of new sub.
Yeah, it derailed me too. Something about your dad was
Paranormal
talking
Nightmare.
about.
Paranormal Nightmare.
Right.
So they do stuff that I don't like, which is they have this thing called chasing evil, which is where it's like people who are grieving, and now these people are reaching out to them, and saying, "Oh, my daughter was murdered," and or my dad died, my brother died, shit like that, and then or was murdered. There was one here of a little girl that was in Indianapolis that was like. Really sad story, and they're out there with a fucking spirit box and just mashing shit into what they want it to be referencing, just like what you said about the ovulus. It's just like I understand people are grieving, but that's the thing. Like that's awful. That's why I don't like it, because you're going into something there that's just, it's very touchy. And if it were me and someone came to me and was like, my brother died, I don't, and they wanted closure on something, I'm not gonna just be like, look, like I'm not the person that you need to talk to. You need therapy, first of all. And because I don't really believe in psychic mediums or any of that stuff either. I'm not saying that they don't exist. I've never experienced it. So I'm open to it if I could meet somebody that could change my mind about that, whatever. But as of right now, I just don't believe in it. So I'm not going to recommend that to somebody,
Even if they do exist and if they are real, that's still not their place to do that.
Yeah.
I just don't think that's anyone's place really, other than like a priest or something.
And then you got guys like Kent who will hunt you down, find out that your wife works at a certain place where his wife worked, and then approach you in your vehicle and tell you that your dead cousin is coming to his house and talking to him.
Yeah. That's like a new kind of, I've never heard of anybody doing it like that, to approach the person. Yeah.
That's a real.
Yeah. Yeah, and was the woman, I think the woman that lost her 2 kids reached out to him, right? She saw him she didn't see him on the news.
No, she saw, or maybe somebody told her about him, and because he did a video talking about these 2 boys who lost their lives on the Irish Road, and of course, so she wanted to find out what was going on.
Yeah, but hadn't he already done a story on it, or did he wait?
Yeah, absolutely. He did. He had already done a story about the boys, and he made friends with the guy that lives on the property where it happened. A guy named Cleve, who was really, when I got done, he moved in, and he was one of the people that helped Kent kind of try to spread rumors about me and stuff. So
Right.
he's a piece of work himself. But it's his property that has the little crosses where the boys died, and Kent befriended him so he could spend time there doing spirit boxes, making a video, whatever. He made the video, and then the mother saw it and found him or whatever. So, and then she ended up talking to him, ended up being on the news. She had, I guess she had heard her son's voice or something come through a spirit box.
Yeah, I have that clip actually.
Yeah,
just
and,
in case. I don't really know if I'm going to use it or not, but
she reached out to me when I left Ghost Carmel, Maine.
Okay. Yeah. How'd that go?
She wasn't happy with me. I think she felt like I was crushing her closure that she was getting, which
Right.
I felt
that wasn't
bad
your
about.
intention. That
But
wasn't
yeah,
your
and
intention.
I had never mentioned her ever. I'd never mentioned anything about their video. I wasn't in their video about her sons or anything. But she just took offense to me saying that Kent faked stuff. Right. So she lashed out at me, and I handled it the best way I could, which I did really well. I told her, I said, look, maybe Kent's not the. I'm glad. I told her, I'm glad you found closure, but Kent's probably not the guy you need to talk to. If that's the help you need, the spiritual help you need. I directed her to Camp Etna, which is a spiritualist camp that Kent actually used to, I guess, refer to them as like the ones that started everything here around this area that, made everything go bad. But I told her, I said, them are the people that can help you deal with that sort of thing. Not some guy like this, but, I wished her the best. I told her I'm glad she's finding peace in it. And that was that. I never heard from her again.
Right. Sky Talker says, clarity, if only the fakes could read, huh? Michael Mitchell, people who have lost someone close to them want to believe they can communicate to the dead. Absolutely they do, and they're very vulnerable when they're in that state. Rochelle's Canadians at David Sear, I would have been less polite, passive-aggressive me. Janice Crammon, to be honest, if someone came to me and told me my late husband wanted to talk to me, I'd punch them. I mean, I would, yeah. Rochelle's Canadian.
It took me a couple weeks to respond to Ken and actually go do something with him. I thought he was a friggin' total kook. I mean,
right.
Someone come tell you that, and I'd never even seen a friggin' paranormal show ever.
Yeah.
I'd never ever.
Not
seen
even
one.
your thing. Not even your thing.
No, not even a thing. Now I've had paranormal experiences all my life. I've been friggin' incredible ones, right? I've been physically moved, everything. So what finally sparked it for me was, I'm like, well, maybe this guy, maybe he does have a way to talk to spirits. I had just lost my mother a couple years before, my father a couple years before that, my son's mother, a handful of years before that. I had a lot of recent loss, and I'm like, well, maybe, that would be cool because I've had these great experiences. Maybe I could contact them. Maybe I could hear them. And that's why I lent him my ear,
Right. Morning Rain 2619. Welcome. Thank you for coming in a member. My gosh. Rochelle's Canadian 2015. When my father died, I was vulnerable as hell. It's brutal how people grift. Let's see here. Morning Rain's gifting some memberships. Thank you for that. We've got 20 gifted memberships. My God. An absolute legend. Memberships go out to Final Girl, Toy Tycoon Shop. Hey, that's my buddy. He likes Sing-A-Beer. That's his favorite beer. Caitlin Jones, Dizzy Deem FPV, Yo Kev. Hold on. DM Baby Girl. Linda Lindstrom, Toby Saunders, Jabari, Morning. Nope, that's it. After Jabari, you guys were all gifted membership. Actually, get to thank Morning Rain for that. So thank you so much, Morning
for
Rain.
making it rain.
No, Retro Sheba 92, Barbara, Spange, Booberry 329, and Apollonia are all now members. What do we call our members? We call them Questers? Is that ridiculous? Questers Fest?
A little bit, yeah. Questers Quest. Questers Fest.
Let's see. Rural Chaos TV says, spent many childhoods at my grandparents' camp at Camp Etna.
Yeah, man.
More memberships now.
More memberships. Are you absolutely out of your mind? Morning Rain, what are you doing with your life, brother? I can't believe it. I can't.
Thank
How
you so
much more
much.
legendary can you get? We've got. Hold on, it'll pop up here for me in just a second. Is there anything I'm missing? Doesn't look like it. Ow. That is absolutely crazy. Thank you so much, Morning Rain. You are making it green, brother. You're making it extremely green. My God. And I love green. Green's a good color.
26 people here.
That's outstanding.
That's
Of
crazy.
course, not everybody is showing up as participants because not everybody's chatting, and that's perfectly okay if you just sit there and listen and have a good time and enjoy the show. Looks like we've got Nocturnal Frequency Radio in here. We've got who else has shown up? Of course, Toy Tycoon Shop, Mr. Spookfest, and Lulu. Welcome, Lulu. Welcome, all of you. So we were talking about you weren't really into the paranormal. You didn't have anything to do with that. You've had some experiences happen, which you could feel free to share if you want to. I understand how that goes, though. Sometimes things happen that no one would believe. You know, even if you got it on tape.
Yeah, I wouldn't believe it. I wouldn't believe it.
But yeah, so you're out there digging holes.
Yeah.
At this point, right? What, as I said, you know, he's looking for the place. We're trying to find a hole. You're out there digging holes. What's going through your mind when you're doing this? I mean, are you, like, what are you dealing with?
I mean, it was pretty intense feeling. Like I said, I had no idea about what a spirit box whatsoever. I got this thing fucking squawking once in a while, hearing words, kind of narrating what's going on to me, and you know, and I'm thinking of a lot of things. I'm thinking about my aunts, my uncles. Over the years, hearing little things about my cousin Jenny, wondering if, you know, will she really reach out to me, and if she can, will, you know, my other family members that have passed do the same, you know, just shit like that. That's what I'm actually thinking about when we're doing this, and that's what's keeping me going, doing this ridiculous deed. You know, it was ridiculous. I mean, it was embarrassing, really. I was like, I remember hoping that anybody driving down Route 2 wouldn't look over there and see us and come in and be like, what the hell are you doing?
Right.
You know, I mean, I kind of got a reputation of not being a whack job, you know?
Right.
And so, you know, I'm thinking of all that stuff and realizing that, you know, this is really going nowhere. You know, I can barely dig here. I can't imagine there's anything here.
Right.
And then, you know, and then obviously that happens.
Yeah. Lulu, thank you for the $4.99. Another legend showing up here. So, Luke,
Yep.
you know, you hadn't met David. All this stuff had already happened before we got there. When I told you what was going on, I hadn't shown you the video yet. I tell you about this guy named David and the stuff that Kent was making him do. And then you see the video. You see the video proof of it, and you're out. What are your feelings about? Like, what are you thinking about as you're seeing the stuff that Kent's done? Because before, see, this is the thing. This is after our trip out there. And while you were there, you're way more open-minded than I am. And you also didn't know that I was keeping my eyes on Kent. So you had no real thoughts about him being kind of fake. And even there was a video that he had us record at the end before we left, making sure, and I knew then what he was up to. But he wanted to make sure that we said that there were ghosts at his house, so we wouldn't come out later and say that there wasn't. Yeah, right. Absolutely. And I still stand behind that. That's otherwise I wouldn't have done it. I would have just told.
I know. I would never say anything. I don't give a shit what someone tells me to say. I'm not gonna say it if I don't believe it.
Exactly.
So,
but what do you think when you finally see the video of David, and you knew that I was suspicious of him? Like, where are you at? What do you think? What are you thinking about as you see what David's going through here?
Oh, it was disgusting. That Kent is even like suggesting that he does that. Even if, let's pretend there were bodies there, and somehow Kent knows it. Don't have David go digging this shit up. Call the police. Have like hazmat teams. Have like people do it. Don't make this dude do it because you're grifting on him. That is just disgusting. I was like, even if it was real, again, it's not Kent's place to be that facilitator to closure. That's not his place. That's not his job.
Absolutely not.
Give him the information and let him do with it what he will. Don't make him go dig 50 holes.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, not that it matters in that situation. I'm just curious. So you were a little boy when she died. Do you remember her?
No, not at all.
Yeah.
Just a memory of her. I mean, it was it's kind of that spot in your family history, that kind of haunts you when you're a kid when you hear about it.
Yeah.
And and it was years. It was see, here's the thing. He killed her, and then he went and did prison time. He was the first person in Maine to ever go to jail for killing somebody without a body. They had no body. He was still convicted. So he did, I can't remember how many years now, 7 or 9 or something like that. And he ended up getting out. He killed a few more girls around the area. Went down to Texas, ended up getting caught down there, drugging an old lady, was going to kill her and rob her or whatever. The lady got away and went to the neighbors. The cops came. They arrested him. The detectives from Maine said, well, here's a good opportunity. So they went and they got a hold of James Hicks down there and made a deal with him. You tell us where body parts are. You tell us where bodies are. You confess, and whatever. And we'll bring you back to Maine, because he certainly didn't want to be in Texas.
Yeah.
For what he was doing. So he did it. He came back and he ended up telling them like where my cousin's bought, like her head and her hands, which were in a cooler at his parents' house.
Jesus Christ.
He used to hold up they used it on the porch to hold the TV antenna with a pole going out of it or whatever. And before that, I guess he drove around, at least a season, he told the cops, with that concrete. I guess it was filled with concrete with her body parts in it, right? And it was cool. And he used it for weight in his vehicle in the wintertime. He was driving around like that. But I guess the rest of the body, he claims he had spread her throughout the state when he was going to jobs or whatever. He along the way, he got rid of a body part here or there. So... yeah, so I heard about that. So years later, you know what I mean? When I'm coming into it now, I've heard all these little stories. And then it comes to, the public's attention about this guy. And, of course, me. And how horrific all this shit was. So, it did start meaning something to me.
Yeah. Yeah.
There's been documentaries on it and shit. So I've seen them.
Right. I haven't seen any of those. I actually wish I would have known about that. I probably would have used some of the clips if they had anything good on there, instead of just paper clippings. But anyway, sorry. Yeah, man, I can't imagine being approached, and this history. You know the history better than he does. All he did was probably read an article.
That's what he did, watch the documentary or something.
And then approaches you about it, which, he's thinking gold mine. He's hit the lottery if he can be friends with you.
Right.
So you do some stuff with him, right? You do investigations with him, and he takes you over to one of Edmund Lamb's old buildings or something like that, the old funeral parlor or something like, not funeral parlor, but and it ended up on Ghost Caught on Camera or something like that, on, what was it, the Sci-Fi or Caught on Camera?
No, that one wasn't. That was the one that they did. That was at the farmhouse we went to.
Right.
That's a fucking funny story too. Bring that
Yeah,
up
go
later.
ahead. Yeah, no, go ahead. That's why I was bringing it up, was for you to talk
Alright,
about
so
that. Yeah.
yeah, so all right, we did go to Edmund Lamb's morgue, which is
Okay.
what Kent called it then. He said, and he explained to me in the video that's on that other channel. When we go to that, me, my wife, and him. It's the first time we went out with Kent. We went to this tiny little building that's about the size of the front of Kent's house, and it's actually where Edmund Lamb had his business. It's the one that's pictured. That says Edmund Lamb Undertaker or whatever on it. It's actually that building. It got moved out of town and it got moved out next to my family land out on another road. And so Kent's landlord owns that as well. So we went out there and it's this tiny one room thing that used to have another room off the back or something. But we went there and did an investigation. And while we were there, he of course, back then there was no talk about Edmund being a murderer, a rapist, and everything else that it went through. It was just he was the Undertaker who used to do stuff there, and it weren't about Edmund. It was about my cousin Jenny and anybody else who had died in the area or whatever. So he,
But you guys had this. So the thing that ended up on caught on camera.
Right.
Talk about that, because I remember when I was over there, when I came to visit you for the theater showing of my documentary.
Yep.
I went out to Maine again, and David was nice enough to put me up, and so we drank Jägermeister and hung out and talked about just events. And one of the things that you brought up to me, which I think is important for people to know. I mean, we already know that he's faking things. But the fact that it ended up on Paranormal or caught on camera on a television show, what happened? Tell us just walk us through that.
All right, so the one where you got on TV, that place was me and Kent went to it. A girl I went to school with rented it then, right? So she also worked with Kent's wife. Wow, someone gifted 10 memberships, huh?
I know, yeah. More.
Yeah,
Again, this guy's out of his mind. And I love it. Thank you so much, Morning Rain. You are
awesome.
Thank you
way
so
too
much,
brother. 10 GhostQuest memberships. As soon as those names pop up, I don't know why they're not. They did a little bit ago. Let me go over here to this and see if I can see who it went to. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, but people need to be listed off here. Trying to have everyone have a membership, bro.
It's all part of the experience.
Thank you so much. I don't know why it's not popping, but look at this fan funding. No.
Yeah.
It's still not telling me what's going on. Sorry. Go ahead, David. Go ahead. As soon as those names pop up, I've got to.
Okay. Yeah, so he gets permission to go to this farmhouse. Now, this is also owned by his landlord, and it's rented out by a girl I know. So she allows us to go over there. So Kent goes over before I get out of work, and he's over there a couple hours before me. And I get there. The homeowner, nobody else is there. She's at work. I get there, and Ken says, well, we're going to do a walkthrough. Well, he's been there for 2 hours. But so we basically walk through, and he's telling me all these things about all these noises in the house. Nothing that I'm experiencing myself because he's too busy telling me what I'm going to experience. Right, but and so we're filming, and we come through the kitchen, and there's a dog in a crate, right? And I'm like, and this thing keeps squeaking and scratching at shit, rattling this thing, making weird friggin' noises too. Not like normal dog noises, just weird little moans and shit, right? So he's like, oh, just don't film that. Make sure you don't film that. It's less shit I got to cut out or whatever. I'm like, okay. But this thing's going to make noise the whole time we're there. So we go around, we do a walkthrough. Then next thing you do, we're going up. And that was also the place that I seen him do the most disrespectful thing I seen him do, which was grab the girl that lives there right off her bed, or her brassiere, and held it up. I was like, wow, look at the size of her tits. You know what I mean?
Wow.
This lady let us into her house.
Yeah.
Here's
Yeah.
a key. Have at it. I'm gonna be gone all night. And he's holding up her thing, talking about her tits, right? So I was pretty. By this time, I'm already really unimpressed with Ken anyway, right? Like I said, this was the last time I went out with him. So we go through the house and we do a couple spirit box sessions or whatever. We go down in the basement. We're down in the basement and we're right underneath the kitchen.
Right.
Well, Ken starts talking about, oh, did you hear that? Did you hear that? And all this. And I'm like, well, Ken, it's the dog right above us.
Right.
Well, he puts this in the video, but he cuts out what I say. He's like, did you hear that? And he's like, he cuts it off right as I point up. Cuts out what I say, and then he adds in the video that, David verifies he hears it too or whatever. I'm like, what? What the frig is that? So that was all, like, that whole thing, it was like every other one. I mean, there's nothing that really said, hey, this is really what's going on. But his video was full of stuff, I don't know. But yeah, that made it on TV because he went back there by himself. And I don't know what he filmed there after me, but that's where he came up with kids were being chained in the basement and all kinds of shit, like stuff that never happened.
Yeah. And so this gets on TV, and I mean, it's like out of all the stuff that they could have picked. Now
Yeah, right.
Yeah. Real quick, Kathy Lee's asking me if this settings for the channel, do I have to click something to allow gifts? No. Morning Rain gifted a couple of times already, and maybe it has something to, I don't know why it's not doing what it's supposed to be doing. It says there's 15 new members. So, you're saying there should be 35 total, but it didn't allow you to give 50 memberships out. Maybe your bank is like, hey, what the heck is this? So maybe check something there. Could be on your end there. Rochelle Canadian says, if you want a free membership from your generous friends at GhostQuest, go to the top of chat where you choose top or all messages and press the choice whether you can receive gifted memberships. If any of y'all need to do that.
I'm only seeing 10. Or 10 and 20, 30. That's what I'm seeing.
To give?
Yeah. Yeah,
Okay.
30 for people to claim, it looks like.
Oh, so people can claim them.
Yeah, I think people have to claim them or they just sit there.
Okay, that's interesting. The first one just gave out to a bunch of people.
Yeah, I don't know much about how this membership stuff works, but it's exciting.
Yeah. Yeah, it's very exciting. Let's see here. Hopefully that gets sorted out because there's nothing that I can do on this end. Let's see here. You were talking about that whole experience. So at what point do you realize that Kent is faking stuff? Was it at the very, I mean, obviously it wasn't at the very beginning. There's a part of him that, or a part of you that he got to that made you think you possibly had a new friend and you had a fun new hobby, right?
Yeah, right.
And at what point, how long was it before you were like, I think this isn't what it appears to be?
Well, that second time we went out, which is where we went to where my cousin was murdered, that first made me extremely skeptical, obviously. Like, when we got back to the car, when he pulled out that cross, right before that I had some pretty malicious thoughts. I wasn't a happy guy.
Right.
I didn't buy it then. What sold it to me was the cross, putting it up, and it hit me in the feels,
Sure.
But so after that, my wife was like, "God, that guy's bogus." Tammy first was the first one. She's just like, "Yeah, that's not right. That didn't happen." I'm like, "Yeah, I know." I was like, but I'm kind of intrigued by all this. I went out with him. That was the second time. And I'm like, I got to figure out what this is about. If anything, there's a lot of people that are into this type of thing. I mean, it's got to have some kind of weight to it. So I thought he might be the guy that would, figure it out, or, at least have fun fucking trying, right? But then after that, we went to his house and did things, and I really weren't that impressed. We went to what he decided to call the haunted forest. This is the second time I knew, like, for sure this guy was full of it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Me and we go there. He goes there on his own, and he films this thing, and he comes up with it looks like an apparition or whatever, and it kind of does how he shows it. And he sends me a picture, and he says, "Hey, I just was going through the video of me over there behind the school, and look at this apparition. It's of a woman praying over a grave or whatever," which he claims this rock out there is a child's grave. So I said, geez, I look at it, my wife looks at it, and she's like, well, we ain't doing nothing. Let's spin over there. Because later that night, we were supposed to go over there with Ken anyway. He wanted to go do an investigation, and go do a spirit box session or whatever. So we go over there first. We're bored. I just got some new cameras. I said, oh, fuck it, we'll go over. As soon as we get there, we notice exactly what it was. We're like, oh man, it's this branch. It's this fucking pine branch all bent over, and it had to have been how the sun hits. We look at the picture he sent me. We're standing right in the same spot. Everything's like perfect. That's what it is. We're like, oh, that sucks for Ken, but we'll let him know, right? And we'll move on. So that night, we go back with Kent, and we're going around and we're doing shit or whatever. We get over there, and we pointed out to him. And he's like, oh, no, that ain't even the right spot, and this and that. Well, it absolutely was, right? So it's not that. So we kind of walk off, and we're talking about it. And he goes over there, and he actually grabs that branch and throws it about fucking 10 feet away out of the spot. So that's, to me and my wife, we're like, wow. Like, he just moved that right in front of us after saying it weren't that. He's obviously trying to cover up the evidence. It's like, yeah, they're right. I got to make it so it, and that's what he did. And right then she's like, I'm done. I won't go again with him. I actually committed to go like one other time. But I'm like, well, I still, now, then I started thinking, well, maybe I'll catch him like faking or whatever.
Right.
But what it became was what I ended up finally catching him and really just being like, what the hell, was when he started with Edmund Lamb and the Rachel thing, and how the story was, people get, it went from being raped to having a child, a black man, and being shunned, and then it somehow became that just Edmund killed her, and I don't know. I was like, what the hell is all this, right? How is this guy all of a sudden a bad guy? Where'd this all come from? It made no sense. And there's this book. It's this book right here. It's about our town.
Right.
And this is, I had Kent's copy of it. Kent bought a copy of it for 50 cents at a yard sale back when he first started out his channel.
Right.
And inside of that tells all the stories of like Naomi Mitchell, and the other, some other bad things that happened in town, which weren't much. But just little things, history, people's names, all the people that are buried here, and all that. And I borrowed it from him, and I started reading some stuff. And I'm like, oh, the stuff he's saying really don't make any sense. I could start seeing where, by him having that book, how he was making his stories, how he was coming up with people's names and all that, when I clearly hear his spirit box and the things he's saying, it's saying the name Powell. Well, it doesn't sound anything like Powell, but the reason he has the name Powell is because it's a prominent family name here. There's one buried close to Naomi. There's all I started seeing that stuff. So I ended up giving him his back and getting my own copy, and it really started. That's when it really took on the whole, I got to catch this guy lying, cheating, doing whatever he's doing, because he's freaking up our history. He's like, truly, like, he's switching stuff around. He's saying people that names should never even be spoken in a negative way, like Edmund Lamb.
Right.
You know, and he's trying to say this guy's done terrible things. This guy was a pillar of our community. In this book, the very book that Kent has, it's recorded as that in multiple spots. It talks about how good of a man Edmund Lamb was. He was a good businessman. He sang at funerals and at birthday parties, and he played in the local cornet band. He did all these great things.
Right.
Where did it ever come that he's a bad guy? Because his spirit box told him that? Now think about that. It's a spirit box. It's a freaking radio, a broken radio.
Right.
Nothing told him anything. So that right there tells you the guy is a liar. That's the conclusion I was drawn to. Because I also went and bought myself a spirit box, and I actually, it was pretty freaking easy. You go to like Ghost Stop, like right up here.
Yep. Ghost Stop.
Go to Ghost Stop. And this is what I did. I went online. I said, where can I buy this shit Kent's got?
Yeah.
Right. And that's what I did. I got this freaking kit. It
I
came
love
with
Ghost Stop.
the SP7, right?
Mm-hmm.
That crappy little freaking thing that comes with the Faraday cloth, Mel meter, right? And with that, and a flashlight shit, right? So I got that stuff, and I said, all right, I'm gonna start going out. Me and my wife, when we're gonna kill some time, we'll go to cemeteries, we'll do whatever. I'll start seeing what these things do, right? Because usually it was dictated by what Kent says or is doing at the time, and I'm kind of just following along and kind of amazed, and it's just cool to be in a cemetery at night or whatever. But I started playing with the spirit box. I started learning about it and realizing, well, dude, this is a piece of crap. This is pointless. I'm wasting my time. Yeah. I'm absolutely wasting my time with this. Kent's wasting his time. He's got to know it. I'm thinking to myself, like, this guy's got to know this.
Right.
And then I started watching. What's he doing with it? Well, he's starting to manipulate them little noises to words that fit the narrative he's trying to go with, like the witches in town, where he said the witches lived in Edmund's house for a while, or the Masons, and the Masons in the fucking triangle, and the town triangle, and how they formed Carmel after Egyptian secrets and all kinds of shit, like.
Right. And of course the thing that he told Jesse about how the roads in Carmel were made out of the same things that the pyramids were made out of. And it's like, you mean granite and quartz and limestone? Yeah, I mean, it's like, dude, the fucking Empire State Building is made out of that.
Yeah, and he also claims,
and it's everywhere.
He claims even in his own videos that it's the town of Carmel, what he calls the village triangle, is built to the exact specifications of he said the Egyptian pyramid. The Egyptian pyramid. Does he fucking know that there's all kinds of them?
Right, there's three right there.
There's
three big ones.
and none of them are shaped like an isosceles, like our town is. Like, it's just a freaking, there's an intersection in town and a road that cuts across, which is so happens to be Church Street, where the first church was built, which Edmund Lamb helped, finance and, everything. But
so
go
I
ahead.
have a question. We've never met in face-to-face in person. So just to get me kind of caught up to speed on you and your story, what is your paranormal background? Like what was it like before Kent?
Before Kent, was my own personal experiences. I never went out like.
What was your first experience? Just
all the way back to when I was about 3 years old. I used to I learned what spheres were, triangles were, cones were, cubes were, and everything from fucking people that weren't there. I used to sit in my bed and learn this shit from them. Right, my parents were like, "How do you know this?" But that's weird, right? But
that's really cool.
Coming up through life, I've had a lot of loss in my life with people. I've had the my son's mother who passed 18 years ago, almost. I've heard her voice actually speak to me. One of the times she told me that he was only probably 8-9 months old, a year or something, and he was going to. I went into the other room. I set him down. I had pads all on the floor, because he was just a toddler, and I ran around the corner into my room to throw on a pair of shorts. I was going to take them down to the beach. And I get in there and I just get my pajama pants off and I'm going to put them on. And I hear in my voice, her voice in my ear, her voice say, "He's putting a dime in his mouth." And I immediately just, I didn't even think, I didn't nothing. I just sprung around the corner and there he was. And he weren't putting nothing in his mouth. He was reaching for it. So there was, he hadn't done it yet, but he was about to. But I was told he is putting it in his mouth. So I grabbed that. I'm like, wow, what the fuck? And one other time I heard her voice. When she died, she was in the hospital. They told me not to come because what was going to happen. We lived on the beach in Rhode Island, and I started walking down the beach. And it's a rainy fucking morning. It's Memorial Day weekend. Is that Memorial? Yeah. And the sand is all flat. No one had been out. I'd walked for over a mile down the beach. No one had been on the beach that morning, right? Only footprints are mine. I'm cussing out everything under the sun, right? And I look down, and her footprints are right fucking next to me. I turn around, I look back, and for, I don't know, 100, 150 yards, something like that, I could see footprints, and then there was none. There's just mine. Is that my head telling me something? But at that moment is when we lost her. So that's something I can't explain, but it's obviously paranormal because it's not fucking normal, right? So that's something that is, and I've been physically moved twice. One time being electrocuted, I was up on I was about 3 feet off the ground on stuff, feeding a line through. An electrician told me that had no power to it. So I pulled it through, and as soon as it popped through the hole in the wall, it came down to the suspended ceiling, and it was 220. So it caught right on me. It had 3 wires, and they just sat there and they were stuck. Well, I couldn't move. I couldn't nothing. All I could think to myself was, I'm fucked. I'm going to die. I couldn't move. I was just totally next thing I know, I'm standing on the ground looking up at the thing. And I'm not laying on the ground. I'm not nothing. I'm standing there. Like I said, it was like 4 feet high. I'm down on there and I'm looking up at the thing. And how the hell did I just get down here? It makes no sense. There was absolutely, I didn't jump down, I didn't nothing. I couldn't move. And it was in like a blink of an eye. I was standing on the ground going, what the hell? And I just had 3 burn marks.
Like something pulled out whatever you were standing on, or?
No, just like the stuff was all there. It was a row of mirrors that they had taken out of it was in a hotel, and there was an old bar there, and they were going to demolish the bar part. So I had a bunch of mirrors lined up, and I just stood up there real quick to pull that through. And I was standing there, and it seemed like that moment where I was standing there going, oh my God, I'm fucked. At that moment, it seemed like I'd been thinking that forever. And then the next second, then all of a sudden there's I'm standing on the ground going, what the hell just happened?
So you don't know, what happened.
Yeah, and
how much time had passed, or
10 miles from there, probably 5 years earlier. This is up in Millinocket, Maine. There's a road up there that goes from Millinocket down into Brownville and Milo, and we were doing a metal roof up on Twin Lakes or South Twin actually. And we had a bunch of metal scraps in the back of our dump truck. We had a little 1-ton dump, and we were pulling a trailer. And we saw a piece of metal came off or whatever. My buddy, I said, hey, we got to stop in case, another car comes and everything. It's a desolate road there, but people travel it. So we stop, and I get out and I start running back to go grab it. And it's getting dark, sunset. I look down and there's a fucking Metallica with like 4 faces on it, kind of like the old Kiss one, but it was fucking Metallica. Like almost like folded up on the side of the road right there. So I stopped, I bent down, and I looked at it, and I'm like, how the fuck did I get there? I stood back up, and the next thing you know, I feel something just grab me and move me like 3 feet to the left off the road. Just as that happens, it brushes the fender of the trailer, brushes right by me, and a walk plank shoots right by me. Whew, it would have took me right in the fucking head. My buddy was backing up, thinking I ran back further, and he's backing up, can't see nothing or whatever. I mean, but something literally, I mean, I'll tell you, something fucking moved me. Complete.
Did it feel like fingers like wrapping around you, or
nope,
just
not at all. Not at all. It just
like an energy, just
it just all it didn't feel like nothing extraordinary. You know,
it just felt normal.
Yeah, and it just I'm fucking
so funny.
Yeah, and we're driving home, and it's kind of weird. I was looking up, and when you travel south, obviously you're looking to the west, and the sun is setting over the mountains, and clouds are there and everything, and it's kind of like an orange, and the clouds are real dark. And I swear to friggin' God, I don't mean to cuss out the Lord to those that are religious, but
I do it.
There's a silhouette, and man, I'm just sitting there. I wouldn't even talk to my buddy because I was so upset about what just happened, man. I didn't even know what to say. I couldn't say nothing, right? And I'm looking out the window, and I swear to God, them clouds were my buddy Eric Hanna, who had passed, and which friggin' trippy. We had no signal up there or nothing. I hadn't looked at my phone all day. We get back to my house, and I'm sitting there, and I pick up my phone. I look through Facebook, and people were talking about my buddy Eric, and it was like the anniversary of him passing. So, kind of weird that it coincides that I put it. Maybe he was already in my head. You know what I mean? That maybe I attributed what happened to maybe it was Eric helping me out or something.
Right.
But I can't fucking explain it, and I would never believe it.
Yeah.
But
being physically moved like that—that's not something that you hear a lot of stories about. You know, maybe being touched or scratched.
But it always feels like hands. Like people always get confused of it being like another person. They turn around, there's no one there. So just like the way you're describing it is nuts.
I didn't feel anything. It just happened.
Yeah.
You know, it just like
it's like the same thing with the wires.
Yeah.
You were just
it was the same.
Somebody, Mike O asked if they were dead wires. We want to make sure that they were not dead wires. What had happened was the guy that told you they were dead was wrong.
Made a mistake.
Right. They had power going from there. 220.
Yeah. Let's see here.
The scars are kind of gone now, but.
Yeah. I mean, the fact that you are alive
and telling us this with like
I rolled a vehicle one time 6 times end over end down the interstate.
Wow.
It was upside. I went out after the third one because of the thing. I had a seatbelt on. Back then I never wore a seatbelt, and I've worn one ever since.
Yeah,
but,
back then.
I stayed in the one spot of that vehicle when it flipped. I come to, it was upside down. Everything else was smashed except where I was sitting. That window next to me, and then and then I climbed out the back. It was upside down. I climbed back into it,
right,
to look for stuff. Climbed back out. There's glass everywhere. Whatever. I never even had a scratch or anything on me. So that's just kind of weird. I mean, obviously that's not paranormal, but I mean, what the hell?
Don't do that anymore.
No.
Yeah. But that house in Stark, so it's what did it for me to make me really realize that maybe it ain't all in people's heads. There's a house in Starks, Maine, and it's been on the dead files. Unbeknownst to me at the time when I went there, I was doing foreclosures. And me and my wife was riding with me that day, and we go to this old house. It's right next to an old church at the Four Corners in Starks, Maine. And I go into the house first, and it's mostly empty. There's some stuff in the attic and some stuff in the side thing. But we go in, and it's 90-something degrees outside. It's August. We go in, and maybe it was late June, July. But anyway, we go in, and it's like ice cold in there. Now, this is an old farmhouse with the friggin' wavy windows, the glass windows, the old school single pane,
right?
Drafty old houses, whatever.
Probably the original windows.
Yeah, absolutely. So I'm like, wow, it's weird that it's still that cool in there. It should be hot in here.
Right.
So I'm thinking, it felt like someone had the air conditioner on, and the place was buttoned right up. So, all the windows, every window in the place was closed. So we go through, and my job is to go through, take all the pictures, record any damage, anything the bank would need to fix, and do bids on it or whatever. So we're going through, my wife's going through with me. She gets up to like the 3rd floor, and there's some cool stuff to look through. So she's doing that while I go along. And I go back downstairs. I go all the way down to the basement. I'm going to start down there, and I'm going to take my pictures. I'm going to drain the hot water heater and do all that stuff. And so I'm down there, and I'm on the way down. I trip on the stairs. I'm like, what the hell? I'm clumsy today, right? So I get downstairs, and I'm down there, and I'm bent down, and I hear my wife coming down the stairs. I said, hey, before you get down here, go out to the truck, and I tell her where the channel locks are. I need a pair of channel locks, or I tell her, and she's not answering me, and I'm like, hey, make sure you grab them for me. Nothing. She keeps coming. I turn around to be like, what the hell? She's not there. Nobody's there.
So creepy.
Right?
Yeah.
So, and I'm in this dark ass basement with just a little headlamp on, and I'm like, wow, it's weird. Next thing I know, I hear her, and she's coming on the flight of stairs from the 3rd floor to the 2nd floor, and I holler to her, hey, and I hear her. She yells back,
Near the basement.
Yeah, and she's on the 3rd floor.
Wow.
So, like, what the hell? So we go down and meet, because I have to go up and get the channel locks. I go do that. I don't really say much to her or whatever. I'm like, geez, but except for like, I thought you were coming down or whatever. She's like, oh no, I've been up there.
Right.
So we go through now. Upstairs in the 2nd floor hallway, there's this religious thing, and in the video that they do on Dead Files, it's the same. So it was the same way as it was when them people lived there. It was the last people that did. One of them religious stickers that people put up on the wall that says, whatever, God loves you, God's great, whatever it is. And
some horse shit.
And but this is what's fucked up is in the middle of the floor, there's a blackbird. And he's in like a perfect circle, like his asshole to his tail feather. I mean, his beak to his asshole, like just perfect circle.
Like the way his
laying
feathers
there.
just
He's
stand
not
out.
rotted. He's not nothing. He just like curled around.
Wow.
Right directly underneath it. We're like, what the hell?
weird.
I took pictures of it. And I walked around because I'm gonna have to get rid of that. I go to the front room. Now the front room is as wide as the house is, and it comes out and it's got like a couple big windows, whatever, but it has these 2 little indents behind you. So the door comes in, and behind you there's these little alcoves or whatever. I walk through there and I just get this friggin' feeling that someone's standing right there. So and I'm not a jumpy guy. I don't really ever recall being scared.
Right.
Except for one time at a fake haunted house. Not Kent's. But it was in Carmel.
Yeah, yeah.
So I thought that something was there. I turned, looked, nothing. And to me, it just felt like a kid. Like there was a kid standing there, right? And I'm like, oh, nothing. And then I look, and I'm like, wavy windows. And I keep seeing shit dart by me. Black. Like, shit darting in, like, my peripherals throughout the whole house. But naturally, I look at them windows, the old school windows. And I'm like, that's a light in the clouds or whatever putting through. So all well and good. We do this. I take my shit. I go. About a week, 2 weeks later, I think it was a week later, I get the order to go back there, mow the lawn that's like fucking 4 feet, fix a window in the basement. One of the casement windows was broke. I had to go back in the basement, fix that, a couple other little things. So I go back to do it. I'm by myself this time. I go back in. I have all the same exact experiences. I'm tripping in the same exact spots I tripped in. Coming on the stairs. I'm down in the cellar. I go down in the cellar and I get like the front of the building it's just like heavy, dude. And there's a bunch of shit there so that they had left, but it's really dark. There's no windows. There's nothing. And it just feels icky, right? And so I go down there and I'm fixing the thing. Well, I take all my pictures. I go outside and I start mowing. And that's the first thing I'm going to do. Then I'm going to do the repairs. So I'm out and I'm hacking away. I take a weed whacker and then I'm freaking trying to mow it. And this big black Chevy pulls right up onto the front lawn. I'm like, oh, what the hell? But then I realized, wow, I saw that last week parked next door. And it was the neighbor. He's like, hey, did you and your wife buy it? I said, no, I work for the bank. He says, oh, I saw you guys here, and I figured that was your wife, and you were looking to buy it. You were taking pictures and this and that. I said, no, we're just doing this. Now, immediately after that, he says to me, that place is haunted. Yeah. And I fucking looked him right in the eye, and I never, ever before my life ever said, yeah, I believed in anything like that. I said, no doubt. I was like, no doubt. And then I started telling him about all the things. Like, that was the other thing when I was mowing. It kept seeming like up in the window upstairs, someone kept looking at me, watching me, but every time I'd look up there, nothing.
Mhm.
And the
Right.
same thing felt about the church next door. I kept feeling like every time I'd like out of the corner of my eye, I could see somebody sitting in that fucking window. But when I turned my head, there was nobody in that window.
Wow.
That guy, and that's the same spot where I thought the week before that somebody was standing there, that same room. So all this stuff happens, right? The guy tells me that he goes, "Oh no," he goes, "That's a little woman." He goes, "She comes to my house too, right next door."
Oh, wow.
And I'm like, "What?" He goes, "Oh yeah." He goes, "It was on TV, you know." I'm like, "TV? This house was on TV?" He says, "Yeah, one of them shows. You couldn't remember the name of it or whatever." He says they came in, they were here like a week or two. I'm like, "Wow, no doubt." I'm like, "Oh, that's
crazy.
weird." He goes, "She says everything you said." I'm like, "No, fucking come on, dude." And he's like, "No." So I went and I actually called my wife because she used to watch some of that shit, and she's like, I don't really remember that or nothing." And I call
Right.
my boss's wife, who runs the paperwork in the company. Her and her daughter were doing shit. And they're like, "Oh no, that's cool though, but I can't wait to see your pictures of the thing or whatever." And then they looked it up. They called me back like almost immediately. They're like, "Hey, we just looked that up. That's been on TV too. He's right, you know." I'm like, "Oh, weird."
That's
So then I
crazy.
had a weird feeling. So I walked in. When I went back in, I said, "Look, if there's any spirits here, if there's any spirits here, I pop right out here so I can take your picture. I will buy this place, and I'll keep it just as it is forever. You can live here forever. You can do whatever you want. I'll never let another soul in here because I guess, my boss thing said, oh, she says, oh, she saw a clip where they were saying that the thing don't like nobody, the house don't like anybody living there or whatever, or nobody there.
Yeah.
And so whatever.
Well,
So
that'd be a
I
cool
said this
place.
shit.
Is this place still around?
It is, and I've actually been offered to go back there by the
Where
owner.
is
Yeah.
it?
So it's empty.
And I've known
I
people
hope
that
you all
have
don't
been
mind
there.
if I smoke. I want to make sure. And if you have to
Okay.
have a cigarette, by all means.
Where is this place located?
Stark's Maine. If you look up the dead files, Stark's Maine, you'll see it.
Okay.
And
Okay.
Amy, I can't remember if it's Amy Bruni or the other one. Whichever one was on the dead files. I don't know. I still don't watch that stuff. I don't watch paranormal shows.
Yeah.
No.
I don't watch
I didn't
anything
watch
that's on
Ghost.
TV. The last
I
thing
didn't
I
watch
did
Ghost
watch
of
that
Carmel,
I
Maine,
right.
even when I was in it.
The last thing I did watch that I mean, I've watched some documentaries and stuff, but the last thing that was like a show was Ghost Mine. It was like this coal mine, or maybe it was a gold mine, and it's supposed to be haunted. I've never heard of it before, and this team goes out there, and it was different than others, but the same overall, you know, and like none of the stuff they got. When you're dealing with mines, there's all kinds of sounds. You know what I mean? There's all kinds of things that like we don't
Echoes
think
and-
about it. Yeah, like who knows what's going on underground that's making sounds that we can't hear, and it's
Oh, jeez.
but
The fucking littlest wind going through them tunnels will make some eerie shit, you know.
Mhm.
yeah. But let's see here. Let's catch up on some chat. Also, I posted a link there at the top to see if that can help people with the gifted situation. I don't know if that got solved or not. I'm pretty positive there's nothing for me to do on my end because it worked the first time, and I didn't change anything. So, just going through the chat here. Mike O of SSC says, I nearly drowned in king tides on the Oregon coast when I was 5. Something brought me out of the riptide and smashed me onto the beach, saving my life.
Wow.
Holy.
Yeah. Yeah, my dad said goodnight. I know he's gone now. Let's see here. What else do we got here? Paranormal Sci-Fi UK, how you doing? Happy to see you here. It was nice seeing everybody pop up in the... Just all kinds of chats. Everything's been going really crazy lately. It's been really, really hard to keep up, but I've been going through and trying to just at least, heart comments at the very least, because there's so many comments I couldn't keep up with them.
We have emojis.
Yes, we do.
Wow. Okay. That's awesome.
Yeah.
Can I use those outside of YouTube?
Not outside of YouTube.
Damn.
Yeah.
Damn.
Rural Chaos says, I didn't watch a full episode of Ghost of Carmel, Maine until last year. And he was Kent's agent. which he's going to be in the next episode, and we'll have him on as a guest
I
as
love
well one
Ben.
night. Yeah, Ben's a great dude. He's been a really good friend. He's the reason why my documentary got played in a theater. So it was a lot of fun doing that. And maybe when episode 3 comes out, if we can get into another theater, there will be an extended version for the theater. And maybe Luke can make that one.
God willing, yeah. Just don't have it in the middle of January.
Right.
Alien Small says he's got to run. Good content. Keep up the good work. Thank you, Alan. Alan Small, not Alien.
Aliens.
Cadis asks, there is a part 3. Yeah, part 3 will be coming out. I don't know. I'm trying to get it done by the end of spring. But things kind of happen when they happen. I'm definitely not going to wait a year. It's already been 6 months, I think, since the first episode came out, and I planned on having it all out within 6 months. But I want to reshoot some things and stuff like that. But let's see here. Who else has got something
Just
to
be
say?
careful with that.
Yeah. How so?
Well, you don't want to turn into George Lucas.
Have a special edition.
Well, I mean, you can
Insert Jabba the Hutt
reshoot
somewhere.
and you can re-edit anything into forever.
Well, but the video on it doesn't look that great, and
Okay.
yeah, it's just something like. So I'm just trying to make it look good.
Yeah, for sure. It's just it's a slippery slope.
I know it is. I'm not. I'm not trying to put it off and stuff. Yeah, we got to make it happen. It sucks because right now all I'm doing is I'm waiting on Dustin. If Dustin's out there watching, which I don't know, but Rural Chaos will give him the message. Hurry your ass up and get this shit together. Please, I love you. Luke, tell me something spooky.
All right, I'm gonna talk for a while now.
Awesome.
So I'll tell you about my my story. So when I was 5 years old, my dad actually passed away from cancer. So I grew up without him, and I miss him every day. And that's kind of what started me on the path of like, I want to go see if this stuff is out there. Because like Jimmie, I've seen like all the movies and shows and documentaries and everything and blah, blah. Well, it's not, at the end of the day, it's not going to tell you if it's real or not. So I started Ghost Tapes, and I started my journey of like filming and documenting all the stuff. And then for the third movie, I had the idea, what if we investigate the house that he died in? Because a friend of ours owned the house. It's like right down the street. It's like 10 minutes from where I am right now. And I can go in there anytime I want. And I spoke to them and they were open to it. And like we were talking about at the very beginning of the stream tonight, it's like we were getting that close to doing it. And I said, this isn't right.
Right.
I shouldn't be poking around to this degree about things. You can't be the investigator and be completely objective if you're too close to what you're investigating.
Right.
So at the last second, I said, we're not doing this. We're gonna go somewhere else. I'm not gonna go like poking around in my own stuff.
Got a new subscriber. I don't know who you are, but thank you very much for subscribing. I'll get that fixed one
thank
day.
you.
It says channel new subscriber. I don't know what's happening. Go ahead. Sorry, I didn't interrupt.
So I didn't even want to try to find anything. So I can't even begin to imagine what you were going through, digging 50 fucking holes, looking for bones, and I didn't even want to like go in the house. So yeah, on you, that's really up there. I couldn't even imagine.
I'm actually kind of the perfect for friggin' ghost hunting because I don't get freaked out by pretty much anything.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like I can pretty much, my nerves can be, shelved. You know what I mean? Like,
Mhm.
Right.
and just I can roll with it. I mean, I don't know if that comes from where that comes from. I don't know if it, but I've always been that way. Like even as a kid, if it like somebody heard something out the window, I'm the first one out the freaking window. But it did frig it up when you add the emotional part to it. That's what really,
Mhm.
like ghosts and stuff aren't scary.
Yeah.
The
No.
fact that the thought of them are though, like
Yeah.
that there's actually people all around us right now.
Right.
Like because you know that that's freaky.
Yeah.
That's almost scary.
Yeah. I think more so like when you encounter something, at least in my experience, it's like, did that just happen? Rather than being scared, you know.
Right.
Mad Paranormal Investigations says, "Good evening, chaps. Hope you all are doing well. Sending love from Banbury, Oxfordshire, England."
Nice. Doing
People
very
in the
well. Thank
UK.
you.
Yeah, thank you.
That's a long swim for me. Yeah.
Yeah, man. Cross the pond. Don't forget, like the stream and grow your peen. Uh, we got
The statement has
31
not
viewers and 31 likes, so I guess they can't go any higher. That's fantastic.
statement has not been evaluated by the FDA.
Uh, uh, let's see here. We got Teshi in here now. I'll tell one. I think because I told one last week where it was about the guy looking up at me when I was
The
little.
old man, yeah.
Yeah. Did I tell the story about the cell phone? Like my friend coming to buy or to pick up the money for the cell phone bill. I mean, I know I've told you that, but
You
did
told
I
me
mention that
you did
last
not.
week?
You didn't tell it on the stream, I don't think.
Okay. All right. So I have a phone phone through a friend of mine, and have for like 13 years because it's just cheaper to do it that way with him. And also, I had destroyed my credit to where I couldn't get a phone. But he would come over every month. This is back before Facebook Pay or any of that shit. I mean, he had PayPal, but that shit took days to clear and stuff back then. So he would still come over once a month to pick up the phone bill or the money for the phone bill. And I'm laying on my bed with my dog because it's like 11 o'clock. He decided, I guess he just decided he wasn't coming over, but I was expecting him, you know. So I lay down on the bed and I'm reading something on my phone. I'm addicted to my phone back then too. And I hear the back door open. And my dog hears the back door open. Anytime the door would open, my dog would bark. Even if she was eating food, she'd be like, "Bah!" Like her throat's full of food. She'd try, And so we're laying on the bed, and, she knows it's bedtime. And instead of getting crazy, she's just like, woof, woof, So I know she heard the door open. And I hear someone walking down the stairs to my house. And they walk through the kitchen. And they walk over to right in front of my bedroom. And they stop. And I'm like, oh, Josh is here to pick up the money. But Josh is a boisterous fellow, and he announces his presence, but he wasn't talking. And I'm like, I should probably put on pants because Josh is here. And I'm like, why isn't he talking? And so I open the door because I know that I heard him stop right in front of the door, and I opened the door and there was nobody there. And like my dog heard it, I heard it, and I'm like, I actually do remember getting like kind of creeped out because then I could feel like I still felt like someone was in the house, you know what I mean? And yeah. That's about, I would say, the most intense thing that's happened to me. The EVPs are cool. I've captured several EVPs outside of the documentary, and I didn't disclose all the EVPs that I found in the documentary because, again, it's like when you find 50 EVPs, or which wasn't really that many, but you find an abundance of EVPs. It's like, okay, am I just making this up in my head? Which ones are the clearest? And that's what I chose. The ones that were like, this is undoubtedly something going on here. Where everything's quiet and you can hear their voice. I think the most jumbled one, in my opinion, was the one where she says, "I hate it," because there's another sound. It's like sound as at the end of her "I hate it." There's this weird sound that kind of goes over it, and I don't know what that sound is, but you could definitely hear the girl going, "I hate," like at least. But anyway, I have some other things that happened to me. One thing that I thought about doing was like, if we could get into a house alone sometime, like I could take a guitar and just like sing, because not play the guitar. I'm just going to have the guitar in the room, and then I'm going to sing to the guitar.
Right.
No, but like sing, like make music, because when I used to live at this other house, I would make music, and shit would happen when I would do that. Like when I was playing music and really feeling it, being like really into like that emotion of the song, stuff would happen. Weird stuff would happen. Like I'd be recording and I'd fuck up and it would shut the fuck off. Like it would just shut off and I'd have to start over. And it never did it whenever I was laying hot tracks.
Weird.
When I was putting it down.
Huh.
But yeah, that was always something that was really weird. And I'm like, I wonder, try shit. What the fuck? It's like, pants are a scam. Pants are a scam. No one needs pants. Welcome to all the weirdos that are coming in, by the way.
Yeah, is this where the show gets weird?
I guess that was a perfect time to say that as well. I meant Beardo's weirdos.
Oh, okay. Weirdos. Is that like Beekman's World?
Exactly. Teshi says, "Sorry, I got to find you under the wrong circumstances, but glad I did. I'm a Beardo watcher and found through the video the other day to Beardo." Well, I'm glad you're here. We're glad you're here. Everyone's glad you're here.
Yeah, thanks for being here.
Punky B, same thing for her. Of course, it looks like... Oh, nope, she's still here. Welcome, Punky. Let's see here. You got some Australians hanging out in here. Tara, welcome. All right, let's let me ask Luke.
Oh,
That's
yes.
a good question for you. What do you expect out of episode 3? No, there's not going to be any nudes. I'll tell you that. There's no nude shots in this episode.
All right.
That's usually in the 80s, like the
that's
third
that.
was the most raunchiest.
Yeah. Man.
I know, it's a bummer.
Well, my answer is resolution, but I don't think we get that. I don't know. I don't remember. We filmed it like a long time ago.
Yeah.
And I haven't seen any rough cuts of it, so I don't know.
I haven't either.
Yeah. So I don't know what's in there. I'd like to say resolution.
Yeah. I have the opening quote and I have it like I know what that is, and from there it's like, because I have this idea where I end the whole thing with the same words that I started it with, which was fake ghost footage. So it's like bookends,
Mm-hmm. Yeah. That would be cool,
so-
as long as something is resolved.
Yeah. And I have an idea about how that goes. But I also see visually some stuff that I have to record, and I need a laptop to do it. I've got some ideas. But, yeah, I mean, David, you're the one that, for me, I can only hope that when episode 3 happens, you get some sort of closure out of it. You know, I know that you're above it and beyond it, and it doesn't keep you up at night. But at the same time, those wounds are still open. You know, because he's still. I mean, while his channel is plummeting, he's still. You know, all that shit is still out there, or actually, a lot of it's hidden now because he hasn't. You know, it doesn't help his narrative. What would help you, do you think? You know, I mean, what do you want to see out of the 3rd episode?
I don't know. I think
I'm just fishing for ideas at this point.
I don't know, you know, because like you said, I've kind of made my way with it in my head.
Mm-hmm.
So I've been really happy about everything that's happened so far with what you guys have done, and
Good, thank you.
how you're bringing things to light, and how you've done it in a fair way, even though it's hard for me to want something fair for that man.
Yeah.
Because I mean, and like the people listening don't know half the story of what we went through with him.
Which feel free to talk about. Feel free to talk
yeah,
about it, man.
I mean,
this is a fucking, in a way, and it's a podcast. It's a long form thing. We're at an hour and a half. You know, I don't know what everyone's schedule is or how much time that they can dedicate. It's only 7:30 for me, actually for all of us. So we're here for a while. You know, feel free to talk. Feel free to say if you got something that you want to let people know, because not all of it's going to end up in the documentary. You know, I've got to close things up, and I've got to make sure that the overall message is said and it's not too convoluted. I think I've given a lot of light to. I mean, your whole section of the documentary, while it's short, it says a lot. You know. And it says a lot about you as a person. You show up again later talking about Edmund Lamb, showing how knowledgeable you are because you're from this village. And I want people to understand. Yeah. I want people to understand, not everybody understands what small town life is like. You know, we've got some big city people out here and you know, are watching. And everyone knows each other, and I know you have communities like that, but it's when you have a small town, everyone helps each other out, or you know, I mean, knows everybody else's business. Everybody, you know, you have people that are from there that have their families live there forever. You know, that's how my family is out at the town that I live in too, which is small. How many people do you think are in Carmel?
A couple thousand.
Yeah, like 2,000, like 2,500, yeah.
Yeah, something like that. I don't remember it. And I think we've always hovered pretty close around that. Like, it's always, you know, I mean, we've gained a little bit. When my grandfather sold all his properties, and they built a lot of houses, so we gained more in the town then, you know.
Right.
So I don't know. I mean,
Sharon's asking, can you give the newbies a little rundown how the documentary came about? Just watch part 1 today. Absolutely. So, definitely as I mentioned in the documentary, I was using YouTube as a library to kind of go through of paranormal stuff since the early days, like when YouTube first showed up. And, you know, I'm finding fake videos, and some of those fake videos, they fooled me, you know. And then I learned that about the fake, and it's like, oh, well, that's bullshit. I feel like an idiot. I should have known that was fake. Of course that's fake. And then I'm watching stuff like Oh My Gosh, right? Or Mind Seed, these guys that I mentioned. And I could tell within the first 2 to 3 episodes, I'm like, this stuff is choreographed. The way they're doing this is... So what he would do, what Omar was doing at the time, he was going into abandoned houses, which it was actually just houses where it was either people were just moving in or they had just moved out, but he would always say it was an abandoned house. And, you know, you're hearing noises in rooms, far away from him. And then he's like, oh, what the heck is that, And then he goes out, and there's no cuts. And the way he's doing it is there's somebody else in the room with no shoes on, and they're making a noise, and as soon as they make a noise, they move to another room. They've got this already planned out, because he'll walk by one room to go directly to the room where the sound was. And then, of course, he does the pan through and everything. And sometimes you would see him come in, and he would face the camera at a certain wall and hold it there for a minute and then slowly bring it across. And that's given somebody who's over here out of shot of the camera time to sneak past him and get out the door and be quiet. And again, they've choreographed this and probably have done it at least once or twice. Actually, if it were me doing it, I would record it 3 times and use the best one or piece them together, But anyway, I'm like, realize it's like, I could do this. It became painfully evident. And then I'm getting pissed off because I'm looking at his sub count. And I'm like, there's absolutely this part of me, because I have another channel called Drum Blanket, which was struggling. And I'm seeing this guy's sub count, and I'm realizing that he's putting trash on the internet. And I'm like, this motherfucker he's not helping anybody. He has way more subscribers than me, the son of a bitch. How dare him? I can't, that's bullshit, And Mindsea, the same thing. I'm like, fuck that. And then, of course, it became less personal, like in the sense of that, but I haven't thought about that in forever. I just stuck to the idea of that's a bunch of bullshit, because especially when they were doing things where they're helping somebody whose recent loved one had, deceased, But, I'm like, this is crazy, like, I can't believe this. Like, I wish somebody would stop them or make those people want to stop, I started thinking about, like, it'd be cool if I could covertly, like, know when he was going to go to a specific location and fucking watch him from the outside. And then I'm like, well, that sounds kind of like more like a stalker. So maybe I should try to, maybe, I don't know. It was just kind of in the air. And then I see Kent's videos, and I'm like, those look really good. At the time, I'm thinking those look really good. I don't think that now when I watch them, but at the time, first seeing them, I'm like, oh, that's nuts. But again, at this point, I'm on defense. My red flags are going off. This isn't real, but I would really be fucking cool if it was. And he only had 30,000, and I was like, okay, let's reach out to him and see what happens, because it seems like he's okay with inviting people over to his house, or having people come over to his house, to check it out. So I reach out to him, pitch him my idea. Hey, I want to make this documentary. He's like, yeah, that sounds great. I originally wanted to go in October, but Luke couldn't make that happen because you had a busy October that year. This is 2019. And I switched it to January. I made it as cold as it could be for us. You really want the full Maine experience. Like, get there when it's fucking extreme, And
it was like wasn't it some record blizzard they were having too?
Yeah. It was at least below 10. So every time we had to smoke a cigarette, like, our noses were freezing, inside, like, it was brutal. But, Kent's all for it. We work it out to where we get out there, and I drove, and Luke flies out there. I set up the hotel, just trying to, which that was, so I actually did like a crowdfunding thing, and I ended up, I put that on the Ghost of Carmel, Maine's Facebook page. I asked Ken if I could do that, and he was like, yeah. He's like, I don't do that, but I'll allow it. And I was like, awesome. And I got some participants from that. I don't know how many, but there's a name on there that I recognize, and she probably is absolutely despised with the fact that her name is tagged at the end of it.
I love it.
Yeah. But I I really wanted to. It was in the back of my mind, right? Like, if this is fake, I have to. And I mean, there's a part of me that's kind of anxious about it at the time. I'm like, fuck, like, can I handle that? And it's like, because this guy seems really cool, but if he's faking stuff, like, it don't matter how cool you are, like, I'm gonna have to. I'm making a commitment here because there's something that I want to do. I'm not trying to do the same bullshit that all these other ghost shows are doing. Like, I felt like there aren't enough legit documentaries that feel like a documentary. It's all ghost hunting shows, And some people could say that's a documentary. I feel like things like The House in Between, I feel like that's more of a documentary. Your Ghost Tapes is more of a documentary. It is sort of in the ghost hunting show format. You're using night vision and stuff. But that's what was going on at the time. That was still back when that was pretty new, when the shows were pretty new and just starting to take off. You saw Ghost Adventures, and then the next day you were like, I'm doing this.
I'm doing it. Because I'd been sitting on the idea for 10 years.
Right.
And then Ghost Adventures came out with their feature documentary to launch their the premiere episode of their new show on Sci-Fi Channel.
Yeah, there's some of the most blatant fake shit in it too.
But it got me going. I was like, I'm doing this shit tomorrow.
Right.
I don't need anything to do this crap. I just need a camera and one other person.
Yeah. That's how a lot of porn gets started too.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You gotta get your bang for your buck when you rent those cameras.
Right.
Oh, Jesus! One time, me and Ken are sitting there talking. This just made me think of this. Mm-hmm. And Ben's gonna laugh his ass off when I say this, because he did when I told him about it. But me and Kent were sitting there one day just talking about ghost shit at his house, and he says, "Hey, he says, me and my wife, we're getting older. We've been together a long time or whatever. There ain't a lot of passion there or whatever. Sometimes, I gotta take matters in my own hands." And I'm like, where the fuck's this going, dude? Where is this going, right? So I'm like, all right, I'm gonna hear him out. I ain't gonna swing. All right, I'm gonna just fucking listen. And he says, well, the other day I did the thing, and I did a spirit box later on. He says, can you freaking believe it? They were making fun of me. He says, I'm like, what the fuck is this guy even telling me this for? I remember thinking, is this how he's like, if he tells me something that outlandish,
what? That
I'll have to believe it's true? I mean, that's kind of was my thought then. I'm like, either that or he's hitting on me, one or the other.
I don't know what's going through your head when you're. It's like he's connecting jacking off to ghost hunting. He's making fun of me.
Yeah. And I mean, me. Would you say something like that to me?
No, not like that. No, I mean, I feel
like
pretty
that,
close to you.
Well, you could get away with it, and I'd probably have some nice things to say back to you.
Right,
but
sure.
Mean, me and Ken really didn't know each other that well.
Right.
We spent a year together, but it ain't like we became best friends. Like, I remember him telling me, I don't have any friends. You're like my only friend, and that made me feel bad every time I was second guessing him. But then, looking back on it, I realized it was just his manipulation anyway. It was just how he was. He plays, oh, poor me. He can get somebody to pity him or feel bad for him like I've never seen. His son was the same way. His son worked for me. His son was the exact same character. Like, he did the same things. Like, he could get his way by manipulating you into feeling bad for him. That's why I got to hear all the sob stories about him growing up and how bad they had it,
Right.
him telling me about his dad and all this was because he wanted me to feel bad for him, like,
Yeah. Genesis 23 says, yeah, he had me until I found the Shape, Beardo, and Parple, who recently I have discovered these content creators. I've been watching Beardo now for, I would say, probably about a month and a half. And just kind of, I stayed away from anything that has to do with the Ghost of Carmel, Maine when it comes to debunkers because, I don't feel like I'm going to debunk anything else, but I just want to wait until everything is done before I even look at any of that and see what they caught, just for, just because I still want to keep it pure. But Parple's amazing. He has great skills on Premiere Pro. It's amazing. That's his job. He worked for I don't know if it was the BBC or but it was his job. Beardo and of course the Shape. I've been watching him recently. He's pretty fun to watch. Very raw. His format's very raw. He's very and he's been that way. How long has the Shape been around?
Well, I was still with Kent when Shape started out.
Yeah, and it doesn't look much different.
I was one of his first admins when he started his first group on Facebook. And I was still with Ghost of Carmel, Maine. That really pissed Ken off. He was really worried that he was going to get debunked right then.
Yeah.
And,
Fuck.
Yeah. Yeah.
He's like,
that was when he started. It coincides when he started with the other thing with Ben, talking crap about me. Well, begging me every week to be there with him to do these videos. But he's telling Ben that I'm doing this, that, selling shirts out the back door. I'm doing all this stuff. He started that smear campaign against me way back then.
It's crazy.
Fucking nuts. Yeah, he was so worried about that.
Selling out the back door.
Oh, yeah. I was selling T-shirts, but, oh, man, I have right over there a shirt that there was one Ghost of Carmel, Maine T-shirt I didn't make it, but I had to wear it because Ken friggin' he was trying to make shirts. He wanted to make some money, right? So he was trying. It fell through a deal. He had me looking up how to do it the best ways. He had Ben doing it without me knowing, and then Ken and the guy couldn't work out a deal or so. However it went down, him and his son started making them from shit he bought at Walmart. So what he did is he bought black shirts, and they bought a stencil kit. Like, your dad would have made a stencil for his fucking toolbox to put the name or whatever. Right. Bought a stencil kit.
They're going punk rock with it.
And they bought paint markers, and filled in the stencils. Hold on one second. I'll show you what this thing looks like.
I just picture like a line of people wrapped around the block for these shirts he's selling out of a back door. Like, how popular were these shirts?
Blueberry 329 says, I was heartbroken when Beardo caught Mind Seed, but I'd already started getting suspicious. Yeah, I figured it out a long time ago. I started seeing jumps. Froggy 121,000. There's a lot of froggies, man. Check out Haunted Seekers. They seem legit. I'll keep that in mind. Shape Saved Me, says Cheryl King. Paranormal Seekers. Teshi suggests he's new and learning the debunking ropes. Okay. Check out Gray Duck Paranormal. I've never heard of any of these, so that's pretty dope. Because my feed's getting old. Let's see here. What else we got here? I can't believe we had time to let you guys film there between Netflix pilots, says Rural Chaos TV.
Yeah.
We were the Netflix pilots. See, he spun a yarn about that, about how.
Did he say that about you? He said that you were going to be a Netflix pilot?
No, but he said that I had approached him saying that I was what was it? That I had a production company.
Oh, right, that again.
And I never said anything like that. And the thing was, he was telling people that he had a production company coming out, and there was this other production company coming out that was going to be with Netflix. So I think if I were him, since none of that ever happened, and this documentary, I think, about his house is the closest thing that you would find to something like that. That he's using it to be like, oh, well, these people told me that they had a production company. And so all of his fans who are wondering whatever happened with the production company, you know, that's an opinion. I don't know that that's true, but if I were lying, like if it were me, that's what I would do, you know? I got sucked in by all these channels too, so don't feel bad, says Sharon. She says, when I found the debunkers, my eyes opened, and now I watch more critically. Thank you for the work you do. See, hearing stuff like this is phenomenal because, you know, I was getting, I think, if I had to break it into thirds, I'd say 2/3 positive, but that 1/3 negative was always extremely negative. You know what I mean? So hearing stuff like this, it's just wonderful. Gets me right in the feels. Cheryl King says the fakes make it so hard for the real channels, and that's exactly what we've got to stop. I'm gonna punch them right in the yam bag.
The yam bag.
Punky B says I got sucked into the YouTube paranormal channels like Omar, the twins, and I was gullible. Then I watched some of the Shape, the Side-Eye Guy, Beardo. Now yours. Thank you. No, thank you. Yeah, I haven't watched the twins. They don't seem like my kind of personalities, but it doesn't surprise me that they're fake, you know.
Who are the twins?
They're called, what are they called? I think it's just Paranormal Twins.
Are they the ones that have like tattoo feathers on their necks and stuff?
I think so, yeah. And one of them looks like Cruella DeVille.
Fake.
Right. Cheryl King says debunkers are
Get
awesome.
Your feathered neck tattoo out of here.
Rochelle's Canadian supporter moderators. Thank you, Rochelle. She's so good at what she does. I don't know where I'd be without her. David Sears says, my favorite is The Crow of Judas, which I just watched him for the first time last night, and I watched his latest video where he was talking about you can't have both, and he showed a fake video that was obviously fake, and he was like, you know, you should, if you're going to fake stuff, do it the way this guy's doing it, and I agree with that, you know, which is, at the beginning you say, this is for entertainment purposes only, you know, which I noticed something last night, and I want to point this out, that spirit bot, or I'm sorry, the Ovulus that we were using says on it for entertainment purposes only.
Yeah,
and I don't know if that's a law thing that they have to abide by, but I don't see any other Ovuluses thing. Of course, I haven't had another Ovulus in my hands.
Well,
and they do on apps. They say it for sure. Or prank. It's labeled as prank.
Yeah.
Okay. But I did want to point that out. I noticed it last night, and because I was watching it. Because I'm absolutely egotistical. Sorry, brother. You can go ahead and show that shirt. Did you show that shirt?
No, not
I was
yet.
just trying to catch up. I was trying to catch up with some of the chat. The chat's going nuts, and it's hard for me to keep up.
I went looking for it and fucking said fuck it.
Fair enough.
Yeah, but I have it somewhere. It's friggin' hilarious. Like he made like the sea is like looks like Pac-Man almost.
Yeah, but it was supposed to be a moon.
Yeah, I showed you when you were up here, didn't I?
Yeah.
It was like,
yeah.
But yeah, he was accusing me of well, he's telling he never accused anybody else. Well, I guess not around me. You know what I mean? Like nothing obviously was that be said because I've been like, dude, come on, what? Yeah. You know. In fact, me and Ken have never had a conversation about any of this since a couple weeks before I said his fucking thing was bullshit or whatever I said hogwash.
So what did you start to do? I kind of want to circle back around to that. What was it that you like? Were you still with him when you decided to do Hoax of Carmel Man? Was it a big punch in the yam bag to him,
no,
you waited until after?
Heck no, that was quite a bit after. It was actually.
What was the first thing that you decided to nail him on? And if also. I'm gonna if you want to provide a link in the description, or in the chat for your Hoax of Carmel Maine channel, you can do that. It's also at the bottom of my channel if you guys want to go check out what he did. Go ahead. All
right, so I didn't.
Just plugging you, man. Just plugging you.
I didn't do anything with like Hoax of Carmel, Maine for quite a while. Like it happened in July is when the whole thing with Kent where we had our true falling out. Like there had been a bunch of things. He had done a video first about some people that my uncle knew really well, his really good friends. The guy died. There was a mother, 2 sons, all died separate times, all Kent said on the Irish Road or whatever. So he was making a big deal of it. And so I was like, well, geez, I know my uncle knows all about it because the surviving son of that family that's still around is like his best friend. So I said, Ken, I can put you in contact with them. You can get the true story, this and that, And I noticed the one he was going with was all wrong. He was using the wrong names for the guy that died on the motorcycle, and then claiming this other brother was the one that died in the car. All these things, and I was trying to clear it up with him. And I have all the text messages about that.
Right.
And he went off on me. I mean, he pretty much I can't even imagine how he went from how he always was begging me to fucking come along and do this, that, to disregarding everything I said, treating me like I was trying to undermine him. And basically that's what he said I was doing, and he's like, I don't care about somebody's, I can't remember. I don't know. I can't remember how it was, but it was all like, he pretty much said my uncle was bullshit. He don't care. The history he has is what's right. And in the things I show him people's graves, I'm like, no, the names, these are the names. This guy died on this date. If you coincide this with the friggin', put this next to the obituary that I sent you, you'll see it's this guy. This is the thing. Like I laid it all out, just like, just want you to know so you're getting the correct information out there. He was mad as hell at me about that. Like,
how dare you?
Yeah. And then I was done, and I didn't even talk to him anymore, at all. Ever. I never talked to him again. And it was within a couple weeks after that we were done. His son was working for me at the time. And he was useless as fucking tits on a bull. And no, truly, I mean, but Ken wanted me to put him to work. He got out of jail. He says, he's a good boy. He got set up on some bad stuff or whatever. And, can you give him a job? I said, sure. I need someone to hold the other end of shit. I don't need rocket scientist. I just fucking need someone to hold the other thing. But Ken says, oh, no, I taught him everything. He knows how to do this, that, and the other. So I started putting him to work. And that whole time that he was working for me, that was also when I was really watching Ken. I had bought more cameras. I was setting up static cameras everywhere just so I could get the whole picture. One, to see if I could catch Ken doing something bad, and to see if I'd catch paranormal. Because I was still really into
Plus,
hoping that I'd catch some paranormal.
Plus, you had
evidence,
some experiences at his house, right? You had some things happen that you felt were legit, right?
No,
I think people need to fucking hear that too.
Right. There was things that I witnessed there that I can't explain. Right. There's things that I couldn't explain for the longest time, but as time went on and I thought about it and I seen other things, I looked back at footage I had, and then I can explain it. I was amazed at things certain times. There was one time I went to visit him to talk about something, and Kenneth and Janae were there, his son and daughter-in-law, and Ken, and he was kind of preoccupied. He was really into he was just getting a snack, and he had to tell me something, so he wanted me to stop by, and he was going back to making video, and he was sitting there, and I look over, and then right at the top of the stairs to the basement, looking from the kitchen into the front parlor, the living room. It seemed like a hazy well, it weren't like smoke. It weren't nothing like that, but it was almost like static. Like a static. And it probably was maybe 2 feet.
Yeah.
Don't think it went 3 feet. And Kenneth and Janae were standing in that front room. This was going on right there, and I'm like, wow.
Right.
That's fucking weird. And I said that to Ken. He was like, oh yeah, that happens all the time.
See, I witnessed something like that myself. It was it was weird. It was like this distortion that it was almost, I don't know, it was like wavy, you know. And when you say static, it's like, yeah, that
But
I would
it is,
use
but
that
it's
to
fluid.
describe that more. Yeah, it looked, and in the center of it, it looked like there were like these two. I mean, it was little. It was probably only about this big, like about the size of a basketball, and it was at the top of his stairs. I looked over and I saw this thing kind of moving, and it was very quick. I mean, it was there, and then it just wasn't anymore.
So
So
that'd be directly above where I saw what I saw.
Okay, yeah, because you said it was in the doorway from the kitchen to where the stairs that go down to the basement are.
Right,
in that doorway.
which is directly
under the
below
stairs. Yeah, that's crazy. And I didn't know you at that time either. When you know what I mean, like all I knew of you was that dumbass that runs Hoax of Carmel, Maine.
Yeah,
That's who
driving by
you
on
were.
a snowmobile or
On a
something.
snowmobile.
Yeah,
Yeah.
just to piss him off.
Yeah.
I was actually grooming for the snowmobile club, and I never take my sled down through there because I pay too much money for my shit. I ain't gonna run it across the road and everything else.
Yeah.
So anytime I'd go by his house, it was on like a groomer. So that weren't me racing by his house, you know.
Yeah. Luke, it sounded like you were going to ask something.
I was curious. What would you say is like some of the strongest evidence of paranormal you've ever captured, or have you?
Me?
Yeah.
Some of the stuff that I was telling you about earlier, stuff that I've actually witnessed myself. I have from Kent's place. I have, geez, I don't even know. I know it's well over 100, probably 200 or 300 if you put all the different videos together that I filmed at Kent's of stuff. I've gone through stuff. I haven't found nothing really. I mean, I haven't gone through it with a fine-tooth comb because I can't stand to do it. But I mean, but certain parts where, you know, he's saying like, oh, it said that, it absolutely, you know, it definitely said this or whatever. I go back and I've tried to hear it. I don't. A lot of spots where he did the old, oh, did you hear that? You know, right over, did you hear that, when he needed to really just break the ice. I've gone back and listened to things like that and not found anything in it. So I honestly really don't have anything, and I've never honestly seen anybody show actual evidence that I can say, wow, that is absolutely freaking paranormal.
Yeah.
You know,
Well,
I don't
that
have
makes
anything.
me curious. If you've never gone back with it with a fine-tooth comb, there could be all kinds of stuff in there.
There could, I mean, yeah,
Because that's the worst part of doing this, is going back and listening and paying attention to every frame. So if you haven't done that, I'm curious what might actually be in it.
Oh, and I have lots of footage from,
Dude, going through all 3 days, watching just your camera, watching just my camera, and having the audio going, and then like, you know, and then having to set it up, and we didn't do any like we did no syncing, we didn't do any clapping. We did like at the beginning with the interview, but we didn't do it with any. I mean, because my camera kept shutting off every like 12 to 13 minutes, because that's how it's built. So, you know, it's like every 12 to 13 minutes, I was just like, I'll fucking deal with it in post. And that was so
bad
awful,
idea.
Man. I mean, it was, but you know, I didn't want to take us out of our element by being like, Mr. Movie Guy, you know, it was just, I don't know.
Well, I finally learned within this last year, on how to with Premiere, just it will do it automatic for you now.
That's
it will
nice.
match up all your.
Oh yeah,
cameras,
because it has voice detecting technology now,
dude,
which is
it works
that came out.
Awesome.
Yes, it does. It came out right before I was actually no. It was like while I was working on episode 2. It was like the perfect time, like right then. Like I had just started, and so it was like having it to where it's all transcribed is wonderful. Now it doesn't always get it right. But
it worked great for me. I had multiple cameras climbing down into a cave, and so I was getting different shots from the thing and everything, and everything synced up perfect. It made it super easy to flip through things. I mean, it took a little bit to figure out, because I mean I'm no expert, so you know it took me a minute. But someone like you you would figure it out really quick if you. I mean, I watched like one tutorial on YouTube and
Yeah.
And there it is. It
Yeah,
was
if you find a
easy.
good tutorial, that's always helpful.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's cool. That's cool that they have that now. Let's see here. Sinful Sloth. I have the same issues with EVPs, but mine's due to audio process disorder. I never understand a damn thing. I'm glad you brought that up. One thing that this isn't directly related, but it made me think about this. When I first started editing the first episode, I was using CS6, which Adobe Premiere Pro CS6, which is, I mean, like old now.
It's ancient now.
Yeah. And the EVPs on the first episode sounded different. They sounded more full on that version of Premiere Pro for some reason. Like, you could totally hear her saying, "I can't answer you." It's exactly what it sounded like. But when I put it on Creative Cloud, it was way different. And I was like, I wasn't doing anything different. I mean, all I did to enhance that was remove the noise, because there was a lot of static coming, well, not static, but room noise coming from your camera, Luke. And I had to remove the noise. So that's what that kind of warbly sound is, and that's what it is. In the second episode, in the preview when I was watching it, like before I had rendered it, the part where we leave the recorder in the kitchen and leave the house, it was actually dead silent, and except for the sounds. And then when I rendered it, it was like this really crazy sound happening. And what it is it's the noise is happening, and then the program is hitting that noise. It's as if it has to detect the noise first, and I don't know why it happened that way. And then it, you can actually hear the crossfades that I put in because it was poppy. It, like, if you sometimes when you're editing stuff, because there was a lot of dead space, and I just put the three things that happened while we were gone together closely to where it wasn't like 45 minutes of dead space, just to, you know what I mean, only show the stuff that was interesting. And you can hear the crossfade between those clips, because when you're clipping these things, and when there's noise like this, whenever it goes from one audio source to the next in the cut, it makes a popping sound sometimes. Sometimes you can get away with it and you don't get that, but the way around that is to do a crossfade. And you can hear that happening, and it's like, this sucks. I wish this didn't happen, but there was no way for me to get around it that I could figure out. But everything that's on there that I think is an EVP will be available to anybody who wants to download it. And I've got to figure out the best way to go about doing that, because I have a website set up for that. And I'm just trying to figure out how to make that work. So that way anybody can take those files, and they'll be straight raw files, from the camera, or the the copies that I'm taking.
Oh, the archive.
Yeah, and then putting them into an archive that people can just download and go through themselves.
That's such a good idea.
I think it's helpful, because that way because there are some things that are absolutely unbelievable. I think even the stuff that I showed, it's like, I know that the stuff, or at least in my opinion, the EVPs are they're great.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I think they are. I'm not trying to just like,
No, they're
it's just
absolutely
lucky.
great.
And I would question that if I were somebody watching, but I'll make all those files available so anybody can take them and put them into their programs. And if I know, with the one in particular, the I Can't Answer You, if you put it on spectral sound view, you can see that noise, that sound, that voice happening on there. It's registering like a wave. Cool. And then when you switch it back from spectral to the wave, or there's a way that you can do it where, like, you can just focus on certain points, and you can see that it's actually in there the whole time. So, you know, and I think actually now Premiere Pro has a way where you can take, it has edit detection, where you can take a clip of something off. You can just just screen capture it, you know, and put it in, and it will detect whether or not there are jump cuts.
That's cool.
Yeah, it will show where every friggin' one is. It
Yeah.
marks off every single one.
And I haven't tried it on mine. I haven't tried it to see if it works, you know, like if it works flawlessly. But I'm still confident enough that if somebody put it on there, you wouldn't see any cuts in my audio or anything like that, you know. Let's see here. You guys scrolling through the chat with me and keeping up with questions here?
I'm looking around. Everyone's saying "rar" a lot. I don't know what that means.
That's a Beardo thing.
Okay.
Let's see. Sorry, one of the things that tweaks my tail is those ghost talkers. Too easy to manipulate. Yeah, the Ovulus. You know, I'm not completely sold on. I mean, I battle with that one for that part in our documentary, because I don't know if you can manipulate that thing, because it does have a VGA port on it. What he told me and you was that you put that in your computer, and it would dump out a notepad file with all of the words that it said during that session. That's what he told us would happen with that. I can't find that particular Ovulus on the internet because I was trying to buy it so I could see, you know, how this thing worked.
Right.
But as of now, I'm like, okay, it said my name. It didn't, I mean, it said a whole bunch of shit. You know what I mean? Like, it was just going and going and going and going and going and going and going.
Yeah.
And then when it switched to the other, the reverse automatic mode or whatever, that was when we were getting the helps. And
Yeah.
I don't know, man.
He has a really old, discontinued model.
Right. I mean, what do you think about that? I mean, obviously, anything can be manipulated, I assume. But
I trust the Ovulus.
yeah.
Yeah. I mean, how would he make it say specific thing? Like, how? He can't.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think he can with that. I know that it can be done with other ovuluses. Ovuli.
Maybe like newer ones.
Yeah, you absolutely can with the newer ones. So you can load whole banks of words that are relevant to where you're going. Say you're going to Gettysburg, so you put all that Civil War shit into there.
That's disgusting.
And supposedly, supposedly the spirits are gonna go in there and pull them words out of that electronic device, out of that fucking chip.
So that's why.
And it's gonna make
that's
it come
why
out.
on Paranormal Nightmare you hear a lot of "fuck you, Josh" or "get out, Sean" and stuff like that, because they've put those things in it.
Them names are in there.
That defeats the whole purpose of having
Phrases,
it.
names, everything. Someone had mentioned Kenny Biddle in the chat. Dude,
Yeah, I've been hearing his name lately.
right. Dude, he's fucking righteous as hell. You know, like just like Beardo and all them guys. And Kenny's been getting into a lot more of their chats and stuff now, and has done some videos with them guys. And that guy knows his shit, man. He's dissecting shit. And he's getting to the bottom of what all these things do.
Yeah.
He's a good guy to check out, man. He's very smart.
I've been hearing about him, and I've been meaning to go over there and say hi and just watch his videos. You know,
I've seen where he had commented about you. I think he commented on one of your YouTube videos.
Really?
So yeah, one of the ones, maybe the one about this or the one about Beardo or whatever. But yeah, he commented on there, and yeah, dude, he's
okay. Well, I'll have to go check him out then.
He's a wealth of knowledge, man. Like
right on. Very good. Very good.
Well, I would say that could be a point in Kent's favor that he does have an Ovulus that's pretty freaking old and not easily as hackable as these newer ones. So
right, it was its own piece of equipment. It wasn't a cell phone.
Right.
You know, and
I have one too, not like his, but I have another one.
Now that's something else I've been thinking about. You know, we didn't put our cell phones in airplane mode when we were there, and we didn't turn them off. And
Kent
so,
never does either.
Yeah,
That's true.
And that. But here's the thing: we also didn't focus on EMF stuff too often. The only thing that there was an EMF where what was the Mel meter? It detects both EMF and temperature.
Yeah.
Now, cell phones aren't going to affect the temperature.
No.
So those readings are still interesting. They're at the stairs, but we didn't really.
That's the
We didn't
only
really
place
focus
ever it
on that
happened.
stuff too much. Yeah, but
Yeah, we didn't play
also
with the meters much.
no, the EMF meters were on 3 all the time. And I say on the third light, just blinking all the time. And he was
Yeah.
like, I don't know why that is. It's just like for the past year and a half, it's been that way. Well, I don't know if this would do it. And I mean, I would welcome anybody who has an EMF meter handy to try and see if you would get one from a wireless signal in your house and the television being on in another room or something like that, because now I do know that when we left, we were still getting EMF for quite a while, but
The whole town kind of has it.
we were also under power lines, so I don't know where
Yeah.
I sit with that.
Right. So 10 feet from where you're standing in his bedroom are the power lines that feed Route 2 that come through the whole town, feed multiple towns through there. There's like you look at pictures of the house, you'll see all them wires. The service entrance comes in right on that wall in his room that he always says is the high EMF. Well, it comes from the pole right to his house, right on the other side of the wall, travels down the outside. You look at a picture of the house, you can see it, and goes down to the service entrance. So, so yeah, you're gonna get a freaking EMF there. The fucking walls are paper thin in that old house.
The thing about that, though, is we actually filmed a segment where we
I'm gonna go grab some water real quick.
So we leave the house with the EMF meter, and we're filming it, and we get in the car, and we take off down the street. And we're recording it the entire time to see how far from the house do we have to get for the meter to stop going. And it was pretty much like town limit. Like, it seemed like it was this. It could possibly be that maybe the town was built on limestone, because that's like superconductor for.
Well, that's pretty much Maine is full of it.
Okay, so that would make sense then.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, actually, not too long ago, I actually looked up the charts to see how that ran, and there's like nothing really under Kent's place, like, because I looked at all the charts that show every different type of mineral that's under, and every layer is under the town. They have it for the whole state, so there's nothing really that stood out on that. But there is also big power lines not far from that road that parallel that whole road through town, and they cross over. There's a big power transfer station. Right where the X of town is.
No.
When you're leaving town and you cross a railroad bridge or whatever, there's just to the left of that, there's this huge transfer station, like fucking power transfer station that distributes all the power. So it takes all this massive feed and distributes it out. So there's a lot there. I mean,
another thing I was wondering is, do you know, are there any ley lines that might cross under his house or anywhere near it?
not that I know of. I know I've actually seen people who had said that, like back when I was part of Ghost Company, and people said, "Oh yeah, the ley lines are running right through there." But then when they were asked about it, they were just saying, "Well, there's got to be." So they didn't know. So I don't know. I've never really looked into that. Now I've ran. All right, here's the thing. In Ken's house, he runs at his meters. I run mine right next to it, and mine work different than his does. I have on video with me with a Mel meter, and my thing's not moving, but his fucking little spirit indicator or whatever that thing is, the one with the orange light that pings right off the charts, is going off.
One of those too.
Dude, I can take that, the one that Kent has, I can hold it in my hand and will it to go off. That's how sensitive that thing is.
I know. Here's the thing. They all have different, like, sensitivity readings, and they don't tell you that.
Yeah,
So everyone with
voltage
all
is
these
very
different
sensitive.
meters, they all think they're gonna work the same, and they don't. Some of them,
Right.
like that one in particular, I have, and it's super touchy.
Yeah.
But yeah, we filmed like all the different ways that different meters will. Some will work, and some just won't. So it's definitely something to look out for.
We recorded the EMF on the microwave back at the hotel
Back
because
at the hotel.
we were trying to show that the thing worked right and that it wasn't reading and stuff like that. But when it comes to, again, because there wasn't really anything happening and they were reading the same the whole time, I was like, that's pretty much useless. We left them on, but yeah, I wanted to stick more to visual and audio because that's what I really, for me, audio stuff especially, and I know a lot of people don't like EVPs, but one thing that I like to do for some reason is try to decipher stuff that's really hard to hear. Like when you would hear like, I don't know, like someone talking in the next room and you got walls between you or whatever, or like you can hear it in recordings of stuff where there's somebody talking in the next room. I'd be like, what are they talking about? And I would listen to the background because I could like separate like what I'm listening to, and
Or they're watching something. You're like, what is that?
Yeah. And so I think EVPs is one of those things, like when I hear them, when I went through everything the first 2 times, I really thought we didn't have anything. And then I don't know if I think I put, because I wanted to silence the room noise, and I put a denoiser on the whole track. And that's when I heard that I can't answer you for the first time, right? And I was like, well, is that something weird happening? And so I turned that effect off and listened again, and it was still there. Now I could hear it. You know what I mean? Like now I knew it was there, and I could, because before it just sounded like, well, some people have said it just sounded like shuffling feet, But what I noticed about it was that it starts talking before you take steps. Like you kind of start to, you're doing this, and then all of a sudden you hear her talking, and then I hear you take like a step, and you just kind of moving your feet, repositioning.
I'd have to be shuffling pretty dramatically to get to do that.
And again, it's not recorded with something that, it's recorded with the camera, so it's not.
Yeah, it's from the camera itself, which is
it's not like a device that's trying to record.
Right.
Yeah, trying to make voices. That's one of the reasons why they got rid of the, that fucking Philips recorder that all these ghost hunters want to use. I think it's Philips. And it was like built, I don't know, like early 2000s or whatever, and they're fucking like $700 or whatever if you order them, because like you'll always get motherfucking EVPs with them.
I wonder why.
Well, because they're meant to record voices, and it's like meant to detect voices, so it makes voices out of the sound from the inside of the. It's the mechanic inside the machine itself. It's like it sets itself off, and it makes it sound like voices.
Well,
and then it was recalled. It was recalled because of that. That's why they don't make it anymore. And that's why they're rare. And fucking people,
people shouldn't be using them then.
No, they shouldn't be. The only thing that we used for audio was cameras, and then I had a Tascam room recorder. That's all we used during the investigation.
Mm-hmm.
I used a program and an interface to record the interviews. But we weren't. I wanted to use it in our investigation because I liked the idea of having clean audio like that, and it should also technically, it should be able to pick up voices in the same way. It's the same kind of thing.
Yeah, it should.
But that was a big pain in the.
That would have been a nightmare.
Yeah, having extra audio to go through, it really would have been.
Well, just setting the shit up.
Yeah.
We'd have to move the mics to room to room to room.
Yeah.
And then the syncing, and then no.
Yeah.
Should
if
still
I had
do
a
it,
hub where I could record, where I could put, just put cables all over the house.
Yeah. That would have, yeah.
Yeah.
That's the dream.
Mm-hmm.
Like a night vision camera in every room, and you're just behind the desk seeing all those screens and microphones. Yeah.
Yeah. And one thing I made sure to not use night vision. I made it a point to not use night vision.
I know.
You know, which you weren't used to.
I've caught most of my things on night vision, but I've also caught things in white light, so I knew both are possible. It's just different working with different ones.
For me, the idea was, well, it was kind of an artistic choice, but I also realized there was a benefit that those types of scenes are easy to manipulate. They're easy to fake stuff with, and so I wanted to omit any kind of thing that would, you know, be questionable just because of stuff like that, you know.
Yeah.
Let's see here. What else we got going on?
People are paying almost $3,000 for the DR60.
DR60, yeah.
Guessing that's a test cam.
Yeah, no, it's the little Phillips thing that I was talking about. That's insane. I hope I find one at a garage sale.
I just might. Now that the Facebook algorithm heard you say the name, it'll probably start advertising it to you from somewhere. It'll find it.
Yeah, I don't want
Facebook
it to
Marketplace. It's too late. It's in the works.
Let's see. I'm trying to think of something.
Because it's improper shielding. That's interesting.
Yeah, and people just love it. Luke, if there was anywhere that you could go that you haven't been able to go to, list some of the places that you have been able to go to first, and then tell me where you would like to go.
List some of the places I have been first.
Yeah, to investigate.
Bachelor's Grove Cemetery in Illinois, which is one of the most haunted cemeteries in the country. The Villisca Axe House in Villisca, Iowa, where I don't remember if it was the husband or some just crazy person murdered like a family of 7 in a little farmhouse with an axe. It's also very haunted. Ooh, and one of my favorites is the Stanley Hotel in Estes Park, Colorado, which was the inspiration for The Shining.
Right. And also where the the Estes method started.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Oh,
because that's on Mount Estes, right? Is it Mount Estes?
Yeah. I believe so.
Yeah. And see, when we did it in the documentary, nobody was doing it yet. I saw it on Hellier, which was also one of the inspirations to do this whole documentary. And no one was doing it. It was January of 2020. No one was doing it. Nobody started doing it until, I want to say, probably about 6-7 months into to that year, because Hellier had come out the year before. So when we were doing it, it was kind of a new idea, or at least new to me, and I know that nobody was doing it on the internet yet.
Yeah, I haven't heard of it.
Yeah, so but now everyone's doing it. It's this huge thing now. But so some place that you want to go.
The number one place. Two number one places. Number one for America would be Gettysburg.
Okay.
And number one for the whole global, it would be the suicide forest in Japan.
Is it Mount Fiji?
I think it's at the foot of Mount Fuji.
Fuji. I was close. I almost said Fuji. They say go with your gut instinct.
Yeah, that's close.
Fiji is a water, isn't it? Fiji's water.
Fiji is another country that's close to Hawaii.
Oh.
And it is a water.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. But yeah,
we could do Gettysburg, man. Gettysburg isn't that far from us. You know, where between it's where
Yeah, it could
Gettysburg.
be.
Yeah.
I don't know exactly where it is. I don't want to sound stupid, but you're right. It is close,
Mm-hmm.
and that could be very. That'd be a lot of EVPs to go through.
I mean,
Just
I don't really know
say,
what the next project is because, you know, it's like
oh,
I
because
don't
you're
know.
still working on this one.
Yeah, yeah. And I
Of
want to
course,
do
you
a
can't
music
see
thing.
it. You're still trying to finish this one.
Yeah. David, you got anything? Any place you go, or is it really not your thing?
No, actually, Maplecroft, which was Lizzie Borden's house after she left her parents' house.
Okay.
I've been to Lizzie Borden's house, the murder house,
Nice.
twice.
I want to go
I've been there 2 times. Last time I was there was over 20 years ago. See, so I say, like, I didn't watch shows, I didn't do anything like that, but I've always that side. I've always been interested in it. We had a cemetery on our land when I was a kid. I used to go fucking take naps in it. Or I go out there and read books. I'm comfortable there. I still, when I need to smoke or fucking hang out on the bike, just get off the motorcycle or whatever, I pull into a cemetery, man. I'm at fucking home in them places. So, I went to Lizzie Borden's twice. Both times it was really cool. I weren't there looking for ghosts or anything like that. I was just there to go to check out the house.
for the
Right.
history.
Yeah. And I'll tell you though, I had a peaceful feeling the whole time I was in that house, both times. The only time that it was weird was in this like a stairway that goes, I think it's from the back kitchen or something up to like that where the first room where the mother was killed, where she was hunched over and killed. That's kind of something about that little area is weird. And then down in the basement, like there's like a little wash tub or something, and it's all bricked out. And I think that's where they found like that stupid roofing axe that they claim is the murder weapon or something. But I had taken pictures, and I have them somewhere. One of the times I was there, and that time when I was down in the basement, and it felt kind of weird. I was snapping pictures, and it was the first time I'd ever seen an orb, but I didn't know what an orb was. But it wasn't. It was just fucking dust. You know what I mean? It was dust.
Right.
It was light. It was one of them instant cameras. You send the whole camera in to have it thing. But
Right.
I have pictures of like orbs on that. Now I know that orbs really didn't come out till digital cameras. Like people didn't start seeing orbs in their pictures unless there was a lens flare or something. But more orbs were seen once digital pictures were being taken. Everybody had the digital cameras. That's when
Yeah, well, there was always like artifacts, like some sort of streak, like white streaks, or
right,
almost like
It's like the strap in front of the flash or something.
right.
yeah, or yeah, but I've seen stuff like at that house that I was talking about, where when I would play music, like I was tearing it apart, and I took some pictures, and there's like this white streak in one of those pictures in the living room, and it doesn't make sense. It shouldn't be there.
Right, because
And
nothing
also-
else is streaked.
Yeah, and there was also this band that I was in. When my uncle died, that was his house, he didn't die. He had a bad stroke and went to the nursing home, and I took over the house, and it was very cluttered. And we went in there and took band pictures, and in one of the pictures there was like this mist up close, like up in the foreground of the picture. It was like up close to the camera, and that was interesting. But as far as orbs go, that's the closest thing to, I mean, you didn't see them. I don't know if there are any like old VHS or tape that caught orbs. I'm not sure. I've never seen. I haven't.
Like,
Nothing I can
honestly,
think of.
I don't think anybody even talked about orbs and shit like that until digital cameras came out. When everybody started getting digital cameras, like now we always see the green ones. Well, that's fucking lens flare. That's like every time the sun's out and someone takes a picture outside,
Mm-hmm.
chances are, unless you're at that one angle or it doesn't do it, you're gonna get that green friggin' thing. If the sun's anywhere even remotely in
Yeah.
that view, you're gonna get that frickin' red. I mean that green orb. But
Right.
Maplecroft. I have a plan I'd love to do that. You've met my dog Lizzie,
Yeah,
who's
yeah.
named after, of course, Lizzie Borden. But I want to bring her to Maplecroft. Lizzie Borden loved animals, loved dogs, like they were
Okay.
her thing, right? I just figured maybe, man, if I brought Lizzie to Lizzie's house, maybe I could get some response. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, if anybody had any chance, I think I would have it with that.
Yeah.
And she kind of looked like her too, you know.
I'm reading the chat here, and because it's kind of been on our minds. What do we call the?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, maybe we call the people who are following the channel and are here and active. It looks like we've got questers. Should mention that earlier. Questarians. I'm not sure that flows off the tongue very well. Boo questers, and then boo bashers.
Boo bashers.
Looks like we've got.
They
some
want to be
people who
boo
like
bashers.
bashers.
Or boob
Boo
ashers.
bashers. Yeah. It has boob in it, so I'm down.
Yeah, I thought you'd like that.
Yeah.
I remember the first time Mr. Gray, when he did a video on Kent, he talked about he used hoax of Carmel, Maine shit, and he was like, yeah, he goes, I don't know if they call themselves the hoax busters or whatever, because Ben from Royal Chaos had made me a logo that looks like the Ghostbusters, but it said hoax busters, and I used to have it up at the top of for the header of the Facebook page or whatever, but that's what Mr. Gray, when he was debunking Kent, he used that and he called it that. I thought that was great, which would be a great name for a debunker channel, I guess.
Right.
But
yeah, coming back around to that, there's a debunk on there where you're talking about Kent shaking the house.
oh yeah, fuck yeah.
Yeah,
Want to
can you
talk
tell
about
us
that?
about that? Yeah, absolutely. So how long at this point were you working with him, and at this point were you suspicious?
Oh fuck, I was full blown suspicious of him.
Not only suspicious, but in a certainty kind of state of mind, or
Well, all right. At this time, I knew for a fact that he would use anything he could. You know what I mean? I was under the impression that if he knew that if he thought that most of the viewers wouldn't doubt it or would have no way to debunk it, he'd use it. You know, and even if he knew it wasn't, you know what I mean?
Right.
Even if he could debunk it himself, if he knew that somebody else on the other side of that screen wouldn't be able to. Right, like if he felt that, then he would use it, and that really bugged me, right? So the house shake video came about. It was me, him, Janae, and Kenneth, and the three of us were down. Well, we were all upstairs at one point, and Kent sends us downstairs. He goes, "Why don't you guys go down there?" He has a spirit box running upstairs in the witch's window room, and he has a spirit box running down in the dining room right below it. So in that little tiny house, and he does this quite a bit. He runs two spirit boxes at once.
Mm-hmm.
So like you can actually hear the other one on both one. It's really fucking weird.
Yeah, he did that with us too.
And there's a lot of contamination there. How do you ever go through that? Yeah, you're gonna get a lot more chances for it to answer your question, right? You know, or
I'll
sound like
be
it
answering each other's questions.
right. So
Get enough of them going.
So he's upstairs. We go downstairs, and we're doing a spirit box. You know, we're talking to the spirit box down there. And in the meantime, Kent's up there, and he's pacing the floor, and he's pretty much taunting Edmund, asking him, you know, why did you do all this and all this shit? And we're down there, and all of a sudden, man, it felt like that whole house just fucking shook. Now, hindsight, it probably didn't shake like it seemed in the moment. You know, all your senses are heightened.
right?
You know, you're listening for everything because Kent's constantly telling you he's hearing voices, he's hearing this. You want to hear that shit too, so you're like really fucking tuned in, right? And then that happens. Like in the china cabinet, it's got a bunch of little figurines all in it. Well, you've been in that house. The floors creak. I mean.
Yeah.
You walk
It's
across
all
the
old.
floor and shit moves in the china cabinet, right?
You can hear everything in there.
Well, that shit all shook too. So that probably like amplified it, you know,
Right.
to us. Because all of us, you see in the video, me, Kenneth, Janae, were like, whoa, what the frig is that, right? And immediately, like, Janae yells out, Kent, is that you? And He's like, whoa, what? That wasn't me, or something like that, which is weird because if you didn't know anything. So anyway, we go up there and he claims it weren't him or whatever, and oh no. He claimed, oh yeah, but you know the house shakes and all this, and he talks about it for like the whole. We were on live actually too, and he's talking to about it and how the cracks in the house, and this happens all the time. The house shakes all the time, and all these cracks that he has are caused by that. And we end the live or whatever, and nothing said about it. He sends me a text message. I can't remember if it was like a couple days after or whatever it was. The video hadn't came out yet, and he told me, he says like, "Hey, I know that wasn't paranormal. I had a seizure, a grand mal seizure from eating too many eggs." And that's, I've shown the messages to that, right? I know, fucking ridiculous. And he says I would never use anything that wasn't paranormal, that I knew weren't paranormal, right? Well, and here's the fact that everybody fucking misses out of this. He turned around and used it in the fucking video.
Right.
Like he and sold it as paranormal, and he claims that it was this, that the camera glitched.
Right.
Well, I'm running cameras at the same time. I have a camera in the room, but you can't see, but you have the full audio. My camera doesn't glitch. You can hear the whole amount of time that his supposedly does.
Right.
He also has another camera. He has two cameras facing on him. He has a camera that he's holding. Actually, he has a camera that he's holding, and he has a camera that's a night vision one facing him. He's never shown that footage ever. That's supposedly glitched. Like everything glitched. But the two cameras I had, one upstairs, and actually 3 or 4. I think I had 4 cameras going in that house. Then nothing happened to them. Only the one that would have been looking right directly at Kent, right? And he goes and tells everybody. So he tells me that he has a seizure. He tells all the people that no, this is a paranormal event. It obviously wasn't. He says it isn't. It wasn't. It was him stumbling around up there. He fucking tripped over stuff. You can hear him on my video. You can hear him like hit and bump something. And it's because he's pacing the floor, calling out Edmund. He's just being a fucking goofball and bumps into shit. Shit falls off the dresser. And everything
That's what happens when you eat too many eggs.
Yeah, man.
Yeah. But you imagine? I've been eating too many eggs and I had a grand mal seizure.
What?
Holy fuck, dude. Man,
It's
the
so
incredible edible
outlandish.
egg. It's like the egg is like the best source of protein, everything. It has all these awesome things in it. But now I gave him, the only person in the world, to get fucking seizures from eggs.
Nice. Central Maine Ghost Hunters is here. How's it going, brother? Nice to see you.
Oh, awesome.
That's Dustin Marsha. He will be in the next episode. We need to make that happen ASAP. Mr. Marsha, you heard it from the lips.
He's
My
such
lips.
a great dude.
really
Exchange
is.
the tapes.
Eggs.
Oh, that's a good one too. Like I don't even like BLTs.
Oh man, what a silly story. So I will tell it one more time. From what I understand, this is a story that Ben told me. What had happened was Kent was supposed to close the store. He worked at a restaurant. That's how Ben from Herbal Chaos TV and Kent know each other. And Kent was supposed to close the restaurant. And instead of doing that, he ate a BLT and he left. And he came back the next morning to clean up early. He came in early so that he could clean up everything before everybody got there, which I don't see anything wrong with that. I think that's, you know what I mean? If you're the one that's opening the next day and you're the one that has to deal with it, it's like,
probably do that.
Right,
Yeah,
as long as
you know,
you're not
maybe-
leaving food out and shit. Then,
Right.
Yeah.
do a couple of things or whatever, or however you want to do it. But it makes sense because you're the one that's got to pick it up in the morning.
Right.
So he gets there, and the boss is already there. And the boss is like, hey, I told you to clean this place up. And he was like, I did. And he was like, well, no, you didn't, because look at the fucking place, He's like, no, I did it. I swear to God, He tells him that he did it, and that. So he won't back down from it. And at this point, he'd been working there for long enough that the boss knew that Kent was, obviously full of shit. And so he's like, let's watch the tapes. Let's watch the security footage. And so it's Kent. He makes himself a BLT in the kitchen. Fucking doesn't put anything away, Goes out, sits, eats his BLT, and then shuts off all the lights and fucking leaves. And he's like, dude, no, I'm telling you, man, I've been doing this paranormal stuff, and ever since then, like, ghosts are messing with. I'm telling you, ghosts changed the tapes, man. I don't even like BLTs. And so
Wow.
there's this kind of inside joke now, or
I've never heard this.
I don't even like BLTs. Who doesn't like
Everybody
BLTs?
likes fucking BLTs.
A liar.
Yeah. Friggin', I got a buddy that I ride motorcycles with all the time.
Okay, I will say probably Muslims don't like BLTs.
Yeah, but there's that.
Okay. To be fair.
So Kent works at the local store. My buddy goes in there all the time, and then he's always, I don't even like BLTs. I don't even like
He's probably, he has
funny.
no idea what that means either. I'm sure he was just like,
because he's forgot about that one line.
yeah, totally. He
Yeah, why
forgot
is
it as
this
soon
a
as he said it.
meme?
Yeah, he's just
One
like
in
in there. He
million.
sells the dude stuff, and the guy goes, I don't even like BLTs, and I can't had to have been like, just
He does it all
completely,
the
what
time.
the fuck does that mean?
He does
That's
it to him all the
outstanding.
time. He did it with my wife was in there with him the other day, and he did it. She freaking lost it.
That's outstanding.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't. That's an innocent thing. So it's
Right,
not
right.
vulgar. It's not mean. It's just
Passive.
confusing as hell. It's like, why does this guy keep telling me this? Like,
Right. Well, that same guy wants to bring in the signed poster that you fucking I had you sign for me, and bring it in and ask Ken if he'd sign it. He'd be like,
Oh, yeah?
Hey, you're the guy from yeah. He wants to do it, dude. He'll do it in a heartbeat. And I keep being like, dude, I don't know. I don't. I mean, I don't like the freaking like. I know you like Ken. I mean, I have no reason to like him anymore. But I
It's
don't
not
want to
that- I
like.
don't know.
I don't want
hate
to
him.
fuck with him either. You know?
right. I don't
Yeah, I
hate
mean-
him, but at the same time, it's like I don't like what he does.
Right.
At all. And I mean, he did lie to me, and like he basically called me stupid, and I mean he lied about me. So I still, it's like I'm giving him, I'm just not willing to, I don't trust the guy. I wish, I don't know. It's just, I don't know how to explain it. I don't wish him any harm, and I could talk to him. I know I would love to sit down and talk to him for another interview, but he just, he's like, hell no, and it's not, that's not really in his favor. I'm trying to give him an opportunity because he, at this point he would know what's coming. It wouldn't be like a ambush journalism kind of thing. You know what I mean? Like, so you don't even like BLTs. It would be like, he's expecting it, and I asked him to supply me with the documents that support that his house was in fact the funeral home. And the only thing that he came back with, it was only one thing, and it was a newspaper article that somebody from Bangor had written, and it was, they said that the Edmund Lamb's undertaking rooms was listed its address as 1 North Main or whatever number, right? I think it's like 301 North Main or something. It was North Main Street, which he lit, or North Main Road, or more, no, just Main Road. I'm sorry. Get my shit together.
It's somewhere.
It's Main Road, but as in the main road, not like the state main.
Who's on first?
But I think if I were Edmund, I would have the mail to that business just come to my house, right? Which is, so that's my argument, because the businesses were right behind his house, right? So it's like, wouldn't it just make sense to have one address instead of having two? I can't hear you anymore, David.
Might be for legal purposes.
All right, here you go.
And this is
So-
back in the early late 1800s, early 1900s. You know, like, so it would make more sense to just have one. The Postal Service, you know, how did it work back then? What was it like? I wouldn't imagine that you would have
Well,
to.
I can tell you how they built the roads in our town. The very first road they built was called the Hamden Road. It's still called that, but it's Route 69. Out of the center of town, that one goes out. That's the one, you know, Kent shows in his video. And you have Route 2 that goes by 2. Now, Route 2 was called the Bangor Road back long before it was ever Route 2.
Uh-huh.
And the main road into town, the very first road, would have been Route 69. That's the road that building was on.
Mm-hmm.
The one that he took me to first, the one that you see the pictures of him standing out in front of.
Right.
That would have been the main road, because that was the first road in town. The other roads came after. Our first commerce out of our town, like, you know, if you had to go do business, you went to Hamden. That was the first, like, it's the Penobscot River. From the ocean, you come up Penobscot Bay, and
so you're saying that
Winnipeg,
the road,
Hamden, Bangor.
that road originally would have been the main road because that's where everything was on the
It very
street.
well would have been called the main road, because the main road was always
And he
just the
brings that
main
up.
road that goes through.
He brings that up in his answer because he didn't supply me with it. He made his own video. He wouldn't talk to me. He
Right.
just made a video, and I don't even recall him showing the picture. I believe I remember a picture of the house with a horse-drawn carriage in it, and he was saying that was
Edmund's carriage.
to carry for the mortuary or for the obituary or no, damn place where the funeral home. Abida.
But
Yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry.
I think I've only seen a version of that picture that weren't really like a picture. It was only like looked like a superimposed or outline or something. Maybe, I don't know. I guess I don't think I've ever seen the actual picture of that.
I think
may
he
exist,
did
but
in one of his earlier videos. He had something like that. It was come from a newspaper, or at least that's the way it looked.
But Edmund's other business was a tack shop where he fixed and sold on everything, all the bridles for horses,
Right?
and
yeah,
all that,
and shoes.
and shoes. They fix shoes. Him and Stillman Loring, I think is his name. His last name's Loring, anyway. It's the gentleman that he eventually ended up selling the business to, not the funeral home business or whatever, the undertaking business, but the he went into business with him. Mm-hmm. They went into business together in that one building. So when Edmund sold the undertaking business, or whether he sold it or just the bigger company moved into town, the Harveys, and they had a big thing. I don't know how that went. But after that building that he had the undertaking business in, he turned into another business, and that was then his partner became Mr. Loring, and then Loring ended up owning it after, completely his own.
And what made sense to me too was that his other building was right next to that, and because he had the building that said the undertaking business on it, the Undertaker, and then there was a building next door. And so that's where I am assuming is where he did his work. Unless he did it at the home. I don't know how that would work.
That would never, you wouldn't do that. There's no way. He had 2 children and a wife.
Well, no. I mean, the building, the house
the other
next,
home that he claims?
No. So there was the Undertake, the big building, right? And then there was another building next door to it, right? That was his. And it was moved down the road. Isn't that right?
Maybe he claims that, but that didn't happen.
No, I thought that's what you were telling me.
Oh no,
when I
it was
there.
on the other road. No, it was on the other road. It was on all right, so where the store is in the intersection, you know, like, so if you,
I know not everybody knows this, but we're talking about the one road that's behind on the other side of the gas station from his house, right?
Right, that's where the other one sat. You could throw a rock from his house to where that building sat.
And that's the building that said Undertaking Business, or the E.O. Lamb Undertaker. Okay.
Absolutely, and then I guess.
But it's big enough, right? Wasn't it broken? Like, wouldn't he have like a storefront? And then there'd be like a room in the back where he would do the work.
I would assume, yeah.
Or did he go to the house? We don't know. We don't know how he would do. I mean, there would have to be some sort of preparation for the
I can't
coffin, I would
imagine doing it in
imagine.
your house when you have
Yeah.
a business. Why would you have a building there and do the shit
Yeah.
in your house?
Right. Right. And not and then
at
there's
the time, like Marvin said, is
not
that people
his
did
house,
most of
but
the stuff
their
in the
house.
Right. Like and most people when they died, unless it was weird circumstances, probably would have been done at their house.
Exactly.
They didn't
That's what I'm
embalm
saying.
people. They didn't do that. You know, they would do the funeral at the home. They'd bring them. Everybody had a front parlor, the viewing room, or
Right.
whatever, and that's where you freaking buried your loved ones.
Yeah. And not only did he say it, he actually went to funerals that were like that.
Yeah, and,
You know?
and, the
And they
video
tried to
about,
argue and say that didn't happen, that there weren't funerals in the home because what did he say? The Board of Health wouldn't allow it, and it's like we're talking fucking 19 fucking 10 or what the fuck ever.
It absolutely happened, and you still can.
Yeah.
You can still have a funeral in your house.
Really?
So, yeah. Okay.
Huh.
I just picture him having this argument about funerals, like at a funeral.
Oh yeah.
You can't do this here.
You can't do this here.
He just shows up in their house.
I'd
Buzz
like
like Kool-Aid Man.
I'd like to meet the supposed funeral director from Newport that came down and said that was exact dimensions to a crematorium or whatever the hell he said.
The exact same things. Yeah, the exact dimensions of the fucking pyramids. The exact, the exact specifications.
And he's done his research and everything, but don't show
and
it.
he has no doubt.
Just the golden
Yeah.
spiral.
Yeah.
That's the key word when he comes out with the I have no doubt. He's fucking lying. Whatever he's saying, he's lying.
46 likes and there's 35 viewers. If you're liking what you see, like the stream and grow your peen. I think I'm gonna go with that. I guess we're boo bashers.
Mm-hmm.
Are we settling on that? Is that what
Boo
everybody?
bashing.
I mean, I'm letting them come up with it. It's their thing, you know.
It sounds like we're just
I mean,
beating
it's
up
our
ghosts.
thing, but I think they should have a say. Yeah, I know. Which you can't do even in Mario. Those little things fuck you up.
Yeah.
And those are boos, yeah.
Yeah, booze.
But
Big
yeah,
booze
so it
on.
makes more sense to me that you would have undertaking rooms. You know, I mean, I don't know what the layout of the floor was like back then. Is it the same? Have you been in? You said you've been to that building.
Yeah,
Is it the
it's
same?
actually one open room.
Okay, it's one
big
open room now.
But it also
Is there any
after
evidence
then
that there
had
was
been
a wall
multiple
there?
things. Oh, there. I mean, not that you would ever be able to tell now because it was, it was Mr. Loring's business after him and Edmund had the business there together, and then I think that one also was used for a while as the post office for a short spell, and maybe a town office for a little bit. Like they used it for multiple little things after that. Like and then
there's all
his
history of
landlord
that.
bought it
That
and moved
shit's
it.
all documented, right?
Oh fuck yeah.
Yeah, right. But no, there's no documents of the house being the fucking funeral home. Like,
yeah, and he did say, and now he also says the house was brought from. It used to be a school out in North Carmel. I live in North Carmel. Is where my house sits.
Right.
He said that they brought it down there and set it there. Well, you've been in that house. I've been in that house. I'm a fucking builder by trade. That's what I do. I built the house I'm sitting in. I've been down in there. That house was not an old school building, ever.
Yeah, he told us that too.
Yeah, look at it. Look at the floor joists. Look at everything.
Yeah, no, it wouldn't have been a school building.
Yeah, no, absolutely wasn't. And
What if they were
especially at the time
homeschooled?
that school would have been built in the mid 1800s. We like Phineas Mitchell, Naomi Mitchell's father, the girl that got murdered. Their house was a log cabin, so there's still people around here living in that shit. You know, like they didn't have fancy fucking shit. The school was an old log cabin, or weren't a log cabin, but it was rough sawn boards. They weren't. They didn't have them. They didn't have planed out shit.
I mean, the house isn't big enough to hold.
Jesus.
Yeah, I don't know, man.
Well, now his story is he just prepared the bodies there, and that was that, right? Like,
I mean, how would you get them in and out? You taking them up and down the stairs?
dude, he has claimed that they used to bring him up through the fucking witch's window room.
But then, how do they get them downstairs? Or did where the autopsy room was?
Yeah. Yeah.
It's two flights of stairs that you have to take.
How'd
this
they get
body down.
bodies down that little basement to cremate them?
He's gonna have two
or to do
people.
an autopsy. He said that now he says that the French drain that's around the outside of his basement used to be to channel blood when they were draining the body or whatever, preparing the body.
Because he hung them on the walls.
Yeah, I just I just want to know how you would get bodies down there, and then bring them back up at there's no ramp. I mean, I used to deliver newspaper to a funeral home when I was a kid. They had a fucking ramp and their shit was in the basement. And the old Harvey funeral home that I went to with Kent, the one that became the funeral home after Edmund was done doing his, that one you drove into the basement. Like they had a way to come down into the basement. That's where they did the body. They put the bodies and prepared them and all that.
Right.
But we're at Kent's house.
I think it'll be interesting talking with Central Maine Ghost Hunters. I actually recently found out that Kent had his YouTube channel back in 2015, but it didn't become the Ghost of Carmel, Maine thing until, was it 2019? Was that when you guys were working together, or was it?
He did it a little. It was Ghost of Carmel, Maine a little bit before me. I think he had that like a year before that name, and he was doing.
So he probably had a channel that he was using to interact with on, like by a Google channel, and then I don't know, set it up because I think that's, I don't know, about the time they integrated that, where you had your Gmail account, and it would just like auto log you in if you had that.
Rural Chaos says 2017.
2017 is when he started the Ghost of Carmel, Maine channel.
That's hearsay.
Okay, because the channel, I looked it up. It's on Social Blade. If you put in his channel on Social Blade, it says 2015 there. But so I was under. I guess I know that Central Maine Ghost Hunters went there in 2017, and I originally had thought that he had gone there before the channel had started. But that's the same year.
No, yeah. He was already doing that shit.
He was already doing the Ghost of Carmel, Maine because the way Dustin
he had already
told
started
me was,
posting little things, just like little clips and picture. Like he was starting it then. But
I'll be right back again.
And that's when he reached out to ghost hunters and said, "Hey, come check out my haunted place."
Okay.
And then he learned about, and he even told me that's where he learned about the tools. He says I had to have them come so I could learn what tools to use. Yeah, right. So there you go. Why do you need to learn how to use them tools? It really weren't to hunt ghosts. It was to make that YouTube channel that he told Ben that it would be lucrative.
Okay.
He originally was going to do a comedy channel, and Ken has said that. Ken has recently said that, in fact, which
good really?
Because he's not funny. What did he say?
He did recently address that.
Yeah.
Well, you know why? Possibly, and maybe this is me being I don't know. I won't want to say narcissistic, but we mentioned it in the interview with Rural Chaos. I mentioned it in that. Yeah, I knew that he originally was going to do a comedy thing.
Yeah.
Or was talking about it, but Dustin says here that he didn't have the chance.
Right.
So Dustin,
I see that, yeah.
I'm seeing that maybe Dustin did his own research on him to see what he was about.
Yeah. So did he
He's unintentionally funny. Right. It is a comedy channel. How ironic. It turned his shit turned into a comedy channel. Yeah. I think. Yeah, so that's one of the things. It's like Dustin going there before he was doing any of that. Like, I don't know. I mean, maybe he was toying with the idea. I don't know. I don't know. To me, it seems like, why would you have a paranormal group come out before you started doing the Ghost of Carmel, Maine channel? Because I honestly, and I'm throwing him a bone. I think he did experience, because I mean, there's things going on, in my opinion. I mean, the voices are just that to me just is the proof to me. I mean, I know not everybody is sold on that shit, but we didn't, the evidence that the thing with Bob McKee, that's another thing that I find really interesting. The thing about he was shot in episode 2 at the end there. or he used a gun. It said, you know, that thing
Yeah.
on the spirit box, and I found that pretty fucking remarkable. You know, like that's really crazy. Because again, you know, I'm thinking he could have just been telling me, it's like, oh, this guy died named Bob, you know, but he said 19. I mean, he told me the date, and I looked that up, and there it was. It was like that's interesting.
So why do you suppose then that they all come to Kent's?
Well, I don't. Maybe because he's willing to listen, or I don't. I mean, they were there before that. They had to have. No, I don't know.
Hey, people
I
have
don't
been
know.
on my page that talked like the kid that his grandfather lived in that house like for fucking, I don't know, 4 times longer than Edmund ever lived in that house. And he
Yeah.
says that house ain't fucking haunted. Maybe by a cat or something. He said it's something like, but he's like, and like no one ever talked about that house being haunted except for the fucking addicts that lived there before Ken, which was
Okay.
Kent's son lived there, but before Ken, but the people right before Kent's son that he's had in videos or whatever. One of them just passed away, and I
Okay.
don't mean to speak ill of anybody, and I'm not passing judgment on anybody for their issues, but the only other people that have ever lived there that would verify anything Kent said, you know, have issues. You know what I mean? That I don't know if I would fully.
But maybe
like,
that's what these things are preying
are
upon.
drawn
Is
to.
people that have issues. Yeah, because Kent's got issues, right? Like I'm sure that isn't. I mean, I wouldn't. I don't. He doesn't seem like the kind of. I don't know. I have no idea. She was
I don't know.
very
People on
standoffish.
shadow people. I mean, come on.
Yeah. I mean, Kenneth never mentioned his parents fighting, right? I mean, or did he?
What? Fight Kenneth?
Yeah. You
About
ever
his parents
mentioned-
fighting?
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
yeah.
Jesus Christ.
Okay.
He said that they like she gave Ken the ultimatum of give up the channel or I'm leaving.
Yeah.
And Kenneth was pretty distraught about it, and so was Janae, because they're like they couldn't believe that he would say, "No, you can't take this from me. You're not taking this from me." Is what he told his wife when she said, "You know, I don't want you doing this anymore." Whatever her reasons for it are, I don't know, but I know for a fact that she said that. I know she did not like him doing it. I knew that the only reason people got to go there was on a Friday night, and he had his Friday night frights and all that. I think he's taking them down maybe. But it was because his wife was working. Everybody had to clear out of there before 9:30 when his wife got home. I was the only one that she didn't mind or whatever. She never said that he was fine with me still being there. But like if anybody came to see the stuff, he had to be out of there by then. All that, and you know, so she didn't like it.
Yeah.
And he said that they fought quite often about it.
So there's some instability going on. There's a lot of darkness over those, because I've heard other stories too that I don't want to go into, but yeah, I mean, I don't know. I could be wrong. I can't explain the voices. You know, I can't explain the voices, and that shadow to me. Also, while it's very fast, you know, I don't believe it's Luke's shadow. You could see Luke's shadow on the chair and what that looks like, and it moves differently than his shadow.
Mm-hmm.
It happens about the same time an orb happens, and the orb, you know, again, I'm one of those people who's really on the fence. I'm leaning more towards they're interesting than not so much, but I don't know. I don't know. I just feel like I'm making a good judgment call on that because those voices, they're too real. They're too real. And unless somebody can smash that apart, and I welcome any debunker to do so, figure out how that was done, because it wasn't done with any audio manipulation whatsoever, like on my end in post. There's nothing like that. It's on the raw files. So if somebody can figure out how he can make sound that sounds like it's coming from somewhere in the room, but you can't tell where, do it and send it to me, because I'd really like to see and hear that, you know.
You mean the RAR files?
The RAR files. I know you have but again though, you said that you had that experience where you saw the static. So, you know, it's one of those things where obviously you had something happen there. That was the only thing you think that was that kind of made you think, huh, that was weird that happened at his house? Oh, I can't hear you again, man.
He's muted.
Yeah.
I'm an idiot, man. I don't do this ever. So,
That's all
fuck, I lost train of thought now.
right. I was
What'd
asking.
you ask me?
I was asking about, the fact that you saw some sort of distortion there. You had an experience. Did you have any other experiences there that you couldn't quite explain?
No, nothing that I couldn't explain away, especially after a while. See, because the thing
Well,
is,
a lot of his EVPs were always jumbled garbage.
right, and when I tried to look at, listen after or whatever, I never really heard what we heard. Like, even what I thought I might have heard come across, like, I'd sit there in a spirit box session, and I'd be like, oh, it said fucking Edmund, or it said this, and then I go back and I'd listen, it doesn't sound
Right.
nothing. It remotely,
It's definitely
but no,
clearer.
It clearly doesn't say that,
It's
And
definitely
in
clear
your
when you
head,
listen
man.
back like that.
Yeah, and you realize, oh, it's just me playing into that paranoia, the audio part of it. I'm thinking I'm gonna hear this shit. There's so many things you're listening for.
Right.
You've been told that this guy Edmund lived there, and that he did this to this girl Rachel, and his wife Hattie was there, and all these people. So you're listening for them words, and you're gonna pick out anything that sounds remotely like that, and you play off it. And when I was doing it, I kind of had the feeling too, like, all of this ain't what I think it is, but I got to play on it because maybe it is. Maybe it is communication. Maybe someone is talking to me, and I'm gonna get more, right? So I would go along with it and do that, but I can't.
Real quick here, I want to mention Sharon saying it can be yes and right. It's possible there's something paranormal happening there, but he fakes stuff too for the attention. Watch episode 2.
Yeah,
You need to watch
absolutely.
episode 2.
Yeah.
There's definitely some spoilers in here for people who haven't seen it yet. So watch episode 2 because you'll get your answer there. That's what this whole thing is about. And
You should pin that as a comment. The link to episode 2.
yeah, I can do that. But yeah, go ahead. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Fuck. my fucking attention ain't that for a good long, man.
What were we talking about? You couldn't.
Oh yeah, we can. And evidence things that I seen there or heard there or whatever. I mean,
Right.
I have spent more time in that place investigating than anybody aside from Ken. No one has spent more time than me than Ken. That's what a lot of people haven't understood over the year. I spent a fucking year of almost every weekend that guy dragging me there. There was only like a handful of weekends we didn't. He put out a video like every 2 weeks with me in it. So there was a pile of them. And I spent a lot of time there. But there's people that go there for like an hour or two, like King Frostmare, right? Like he spent maybe a couple hours, and it's the most haunted place in the fucking world. It's this, that. But hey, here's a link to Ken's GoFundMe account. Send him some money.
Right. Yeah, I wonder how that. Like, I guess he just really liked him so. See, because I reached out to King Frostmare, to be honest with you, because I wanted somebody to talk positive.
Right.
And I knew that he liked the guy, and Kent was
he
already.
Liked the views.
Yeah, totally. And Kent was stonewalling me. He wouldn't allow me to talk to anybody, or you know what I mean. Which was the same thing he did to me when I asked about. What was his name? There was the guy that lived there before him, and he kept putting it off. Me like, oh, I can't get a hold of him. I can't. He never reached out to him to get a hold of him.
Yeah, he lived right around the corner, dude. You could throw a rock to his house.
Yeah, I didn't know that. He didn't tell me that, of course.
Why would
I
you?
did go ahead and pin that episode 2 at the top there for anybody who wants to use it. Yeah, I mean, because I wanted, it's whatever. It's happened the way it's supposed to. Is the best thing that I can say. I have to look at it like I'm getting what I'm getting for a reason, and I've got the important things, I guess, or what are deemed important, and by the powers that be, and I'm looking forward to getting into episode 3, and I mean, I am doing it, but it's like I still have things to film, and I'm watching the interviews over and over and over again, trying to figure out, okay, what questions should have I asked and stuff like that. And I do have some B-roll of stuff at your house, so maybe if there's anything that you and I can touch on again, I might interview you again.
Yep. Cool.
But yeah, I don't know. It's just it's this situation where trying to resolve everything and trying to make sure that people really understand. Because I've had people be like, okay, so what if it's fake? What? So what?
Well,
And it's like, what the fuck do you mean? So what if it's fake? These are people involved, and I didn't talk about the woman because I don't really have permission to. I mean, I guess I could blur her face out and bleep out her name,
right.
but I don't know if I really need to do anything like that. At this point, I'm trying to respond to Kent, or I'm trying to get Kent to respond to me, so people will get to see that interaction, and obviously the third day of investigation, where I feel like there are certain parts of Kent that are revealed in his attitude, and there will also be things that when you watch the third episode, after you've seen the third episode, and like some people they'll go like, I'm gonna go watch this again, and they'll watch the first episode. And after you finish the third episode, you're going to start seeing things there where it's like differently, because things from part 3, that are yet to be revealed. So there's just stuff there that I'm eager for people to see, and I want people to understand. And there's always going to be people who don't like what you're about. They don't like what you're doing because you're shattering their belief system somehow, or they've been a part of this community and they feel at home, just like the community that we're developing now. I want people to feel at home and feel connected to each other, but we can also understand that we're all in it for the same thing. We don't like people faking, and we want to see real paranormal evidence, and we all stand for the idea of, it's disgusting what these people do, or even just when it's not disgusting, it's one of those things where it's just like, quit fucking doing that. Quit faking shit.
Yeah.
Because you're not helping anything. You're only helping your pocket. And I guess, there are people with this mentality, and I understand, like, look out for number one, but at what cost? I mean, I don't know, man. I understand getting paid for what you do, and I understand if it's one of those things where it's going to be fake, fucking make sure to post this is for entertainment value, I mean, even then it still can do damage. I mean, I've seen stuff where there was a TikTok going around briefly where, and I can't really remember the details of it, but it was a ghost thing, and it went viral, and then it went away. And it's because when you read the description, it says this is for entertainment purposes only. It says so right in the description, but what happens is people see it and they don't read the description, and they just share it, and then it just goes crazy,
Mm-hmm.
But I would rather, if you're going to do something where you're just, where you're a filmmaker and you're trying to brush up on your skills of making something believable, and you're learning and you're trying to do something artistic or fun or whatever, that's absolutely fine. Just let people know, it's better to do that if you're going to do it, but I would rather it not happen, but it happens. Yeah, I'm absolutely going to get people coming after you when you call these people out. They love to call debunkers and their followers toxic, but my experience has been the absolute opposite.
Man, I had death threats.
Right? Yeah.
Jesus.
How long were you going through that?
Until I came up with Hoax of Carmel, Maine, actually. When I started
Really?
doing that, I mean, there was still a couple other ones that, people, I think it was the same one, and I think one of them was Kent. under like a fake thing.
Yeah,
I mean,
that's
I'm just guessing, but things that were said sounded a lot like him. But no, it went on until I started really standing up for myself and saying, well, no, wait a minute, you know. And the videos I put up, they're junk. I didn't know what the hell I was doing. I didn't really care. I was just like trying to defend myself and my wife, because
Right.
what's left out of a lot of this shit with when it comes to people talking about me and what I went through with Ken is what it put my wife through, man.
Yeah.
Because
there's other people involved that people don't see.
Oh, dude, yeah, and man, and what happened with my wife is fucking tragic, really, because dude, she's still on medication from this shit. Still.
Yeah.
She weren't on nothing before that. You know, being accused of being, you know, a drug addict, being kicked off the Ghost of Carmel main team because she was always on coke and sniffling, and then it was also that she was drunk, and that she was all these things. Man, you met my wife; she's a sweetheart of a girl.
She absolutely is.
She is.
She's not high strung. She's not sniffing.
No,
if she was sniffing, she probably had a cold.
Yeah, dude, she's awesome. And the thing about it is, she's been clean for almost 20 fucking years. And she did have a problem 20 years ago. Since I've been with her, she's been clean, and she takes great pride in the fact that she's sober and has been sober for all them years, right?
Yeah.
And this guy starts telling people all this stuff. Now, this is a small town. My wife at the time worked with his wife at the store.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
You know, we're hearing him saying all this stuff about her and me. And, you know, and besides him talking about me and my business, he's saying this stuff about her who had nothing to do with anything.
While she's working with his wife.
Yeah, so my wife quit that job.
Yeah.
Because it started giving us this anxiety, and she took a job at the Dollar General. Well, Kent's son, Kenneth, and his wife, unbeknownst to me at the time, were going in there every day, and my wife was working and staring her down. Just standing there and staring at her and shit. Now, you've seen Kenneth in videos. He's like 6.5 foot tall, dude. He's fucking huge. He's got arms bigger than my waist, right? He's in there intimidating my wife. My wife quit that job. She never told me. She just like, I don't like this. She stopped working. Dude, we went through a lot of bullshit, right? And then it ended up she, you know, got counseling and ended up being medicated. She's still that way today, and she's still trying to deal with this shit, man. But it threw her for a fucking loop, man. Just the thought, you know, the social, you know, stigmata or whatever the fuck you call it, you know, just stigma, but like people looking at her, you know, man.
And after
like,
doing all that work to get clean, you know, part of the work is regaining trust, and you know, and then all of a sudden now she's dealing with it from. It's just, it's not fair.
You know,
and then and that alone could trigger you into wanting to do it again.
Yeah,
Because,
absolutely.
oh, well,
good thing she's strong.
People think,
you know?
people think I'm doing it, so might as fucking well, you know, like that can happen. And you know, I feel for your wife, and I feel for you. I really do.
Yeah, you know,
that's why
I can look aside from what everything that happened to me is nothing. I feel honestly than compared to what she's gone through with all of this, and then having to deal with me and watching me go through it didn't help her either. You know, watching her husband get slandered constantly, knowing how much I take pride in my name and my family name. You know, man, I'm very proud of who I am and who my family is, and and she knew that, you know, and she saw me fucking, man, I weren't happy. I wasn't fucking happy at all, you know, for quite a while until I finally, I finally got past it, you know, as far as, I mean, excuse me, I don't want revenge on the guy. I don't want anything like, you know what I mean? I'm not vengeful. I'm nothing like that. I just kind of, I feel bad for him in a way. But only a little bit.
Yeah, he's right.
Because I can't any other way from what he's done. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It doesn't matter what's wrong with you. And like some people have said, well, you know, man, he's got some issues. Well, yeah, who the fuck don't? Right? It doesn't give you it doesn't give you a free pass. It doesn't give you a free pass to fuck with other people's lives, other people's mental health. Exactly. You know, and to manipulate it and then by that. I mean, that's what he's done.
And these videos are still on the internet. Maybe they're a couple years old and stuff, but they still, I know while his views have plummeted and his channel has plummeted, they're still out there, and it's important for people to know, that these things were going on, because I've been told, that, because there are times, I'm not going to lie, there are times where I deal with my conscience. Like when I learned about his son and all that, I was like, oh wow, bad timing. Because I didn't know that it had happened until after I put out the first episode, that his son had unalived himself. And I've wondered, it's like, should I do it? But the answer is still yes. It needs to be done, because, like you said, it's not a get out of jail free card, and maybe there's a reason why it's happening right now. I'm not trying to bring down the wrath of God. I'm just saying maybe there's a reason. Maybe karma's catching up. And I just happen to be the dealer of the cards in this round.
What I tell Ben, you are you're the savior of karma that we didn't even know we needed, or whatever. You know what I mean? Like, because honestly, most of the people in this town don't know nothing about Ken. You know what I mean? He acts like the whole town's behind him, and we got this big spooky, scary town, and he's the guy that knows all about it. And dude, people don't even know who he is. Like,
Debunking with Doodle, thanks for coming in. I appreciate you. I went and checked out your channel. It was glorious. Good debunks. She is wonderful. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It just, things happen the way they happen, And I'm still living this documentary even now, Like, it's still happening. It's happening in the moment, and it's just like a documentation of a period of time. The video of our investigation was 4 years ago, but documentaries take time. I did kind of slack off on a lot of it, but again, things happen when they happen, I guess. Luke, you got anything you want to add?
Not at the moment. I'm just excited for part 3.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I'm just kind of left with, because the real message is, I guess it's not a problem to disclose that. The real message isn't so much when I ask why would he do that, I mean, there's a continuation of that question. Because why would you do that when you would destroy it destroys everything that comes out of your house? Even real evidence that I feel that I stand behind is completely useless, and it saddens me, because I fucking drove a long way. I've done a lot of work to present all of it, yet it, in my opinion, means fucking nothing, But that message is important. I think that when you destroy evidence that comes out of that house, I guess all he did was he got monetary gain, and while he claims he didn't, man, we all know that there was monetary gain there. We have evidence of that. We have evidence of that to back that up. That he was always in it, even back in 2017, whenever he fucking, he monetized the channel, and was telling people it wasn't monetized, and so it's there is that, I guess that's the ultimate outcome, but it still destroyed my evidence, and it pisses me off. And there are other people that have been there that probably caught something real, and I know that, I don't know if he ever caught anything real. It's hard to tell, I mean, there's all kinds of ways that you can do shit. So and Purple is much better about, and Beardo both are much better about spotting some of that stuff. But now that I know what to look for after watching them, I think, I mean, Captain Disillusion was the guy that, like, he broke down some stuff, and he's like, you could see this artifacting happening here, and then he would remake those videos so well, because that's his job too, I mean, and there was the Back to the Future anniversary episode where it was like 30 years or something. He comes flying in on a DeLorean, man, and it's bad fucking ass. It looks so good. It's Hollywood fucking quality. He knows what he's doing, And when I started watching him, I was like, this is awesome. Like, look at this dude, like, tearing apart these UFO videos, which are obviously fake, but some people need to see that, because it's like, dude, I saw one on Casper's site the other day that was absolutely a video like what Captain Disillusion, because they get all close and you can see the bottom of them so perfectly, and it's like, that shit's fake. And the way he like waits for it to go behind stuff, like when it goes behind poles, there's almost always imperfections there, but they're so small that you don't see it in the big picture when it's all scaled the way it's supposed to be, and you have to get in there and really analyze that shit. But if you're dedicated to the cause, and I mean, I'm sure a lot of things could be explained like that. I would love to have that dude on board a team. That guy's incredible. That dude's incredible. But yeah, I mean, just the stuff that Beardo's pointed out, it's like, I mean, what is it, really haunted? I knew that guy was fake immediately. I could see what he was doing. There's stuff where he's laying in bed and stuff goes flying, like at the top of the screen, the top half of the screen, something's flying through there. Well, what's going on is, he's more than likely layered to, it's a still shot of of the room. So you can mask. It's not really, it's a mask where it's layered, where the top half is cut off of the video that he's in, and then that way it looks like he's in the bed when he's actually manipulating something for it to come flying across the top of the screen and stuff like that. It's easy tricks like that. Like a lot of it's so simple. I think some people might give the guy more credit than he's due because he seems like a complete fool. I don't know though. So does Kent, but Kent was able to fool a lot of people with a fucking silk shirt in a screen or in a window and some fishing line. He fooled a lot of people with that. So much so that there are people out there that are like, that ain't fake, man. Your video don't look nothing like his video, man. What are you talking about, man? Like there are people that just won't have it, and that's comes with the territory. But clearly, I mean. The thing is with that video, that I think is really brilliant is I call it sleight of hand, because you're focused on what's moving in the screen. You're looking at what's in the window, and that whole time you're distracted with what is that? What is that? That's what you're trying to figure out, and then it shoots under the screen. You'd miss so many things, like the camera movement or the shadow of Kent on the wall moving. And it's like it's really smart, I mean, it's easy to debunk too, in a way. I mean, like if you start looking around and start paying attention to to him, you start noticing stuff. And I think one thing that I didn't mention is that in that room, there's a hole in the floor where a stovepipe used to come through. And now it's like grating, and you can see into the living room below it. I mean, there's a plate on it, but it's just like almost like a register is what it looks like for central air. It's kind of like that, only it's circular and it's old. It's like wrought iron. But there is the video where he turns around and this thing kind of like slips through the cracks of his door, and again, it's cloth because it moves the exact same way as the thing in the window. And the way he's doing that is it's anchored to that. He's got fishing line, and he's got it anchored to that fucking like through that register. He's fished it through from his room down into the living room. He went on the other side, put that attached that thing to the wall, and then pulled it out onto the door and taped it there too, and then anchored with the fishing line. And that way when it pulls off, it completely pulls off, and he can just walk to the door, and as he does that, it funnels down into the living room out of shot as he comes in. Even though there is a cut there because it goes black, and I think that might have been a just in case it's in there. You know, he's got a black screen to do a jump cut just in case he had to. But either way, all of the videos that involve shadows like that, like the first one that you see where it's all up close, every single one of them have a full-on black screen in it. And
Hey, Jimmy, I hate to interrupt, but I gotta get going.
all right, brother. I figured you would. I was
Yeah.
gonna mention that whenever you gotta go, you can just say, "Hey, I gotta go.
Okay,
I've got
I
a
gotta
screen
go.
for." Yeah. All right, brother. Well, it's been awesome having you here.
It was really nice meeting you.
Nice to meet you, Luke.
I had a lot of
We'll do
fun,
it again
but
sometime.
all right. You guys enjoy the rest of the stream. I'll probably check it out in the chat.
All right, brother. Have a good night.
All right. See you guys.
See ya.
See ya. How much time do you got? Because we're at 3.5 hours, so it's like 9:30.
Are we really?
Yeah,
Yeah,
we're
I
at
got whatever.
9:30.
It don't matter.
Okay, you got to work tomorrow.
I do.
Yeah.
It's alright.
We'll probably go on until we'll go for another 15 to half an hour, however you're feeling,
Yeah,
and
sure.
then we'll go ahead and call it a night.
Sure.
But let me go ahead and move you since Luke is gone. Let's see here. I'm trying to think of something here. Why don't you tell me about? I mean, we've already gone through. Oh, you know, the stuff that he did with you for, you know, the stuff that he put your wife through.
Yep.
We've touched on. We've touched on the jumping in the house.
Yep.
Tell me about the town manager reaching out to you.
Yeah,
Town
which
manager, the Carmel town manager.
unfortunately he's now passed. He passed away this winter. That was very sad.
Sorry to hear
But
that.
no, there's actually people. The town manager actually was following pretty closely with things. He was
Okay.
following my page, Kent's, keeping an eye on things. He's a really good guy, and he really cared about the town and its image. But what came about was he was getting calls from people asking to interview him based on the fact that they're told that the town was founded by witches and Satanists, and that was before the Masons, before he started claiming them, right? And I went into the town office, and the girls that work in there knew that they had seen videos and knew that I was doing that with Ken, seen me around or whatever,
Right.
and had told me. They're like, wow, the town manager's getting pissed, people are calling. One of the girls had said she had answered a call just like 2 days before from a woman saying she wanted to do a video on it and wanted her to answer some questions, wanted to talk to town manager. So they really weren't happy about it, and I got approached again and friggin' by another town worker in the village market one day about it. And I'm like, every time I'm like, look, I have nothing to do with this, and like nothing to do with it. And yeah, they really weren't happy about it. Most of the people that I have talked to about it are not happy about it. Of course, why would you be? When you grew up here, the truth. You care about your history.
Yeah,
you're
yeah,
not gonna dig
absolutely.
on it.
I referenced thinking about it like on my own terms of like, relating. It's like there are people that I remember that are long gone now, and if holy crap, there's a spider. If somebody were to come around talking about them and saying all this stuff, like the same kind of thing, like this person that everyone used to know that isn't around anymore, and the name's completely, like in a small town where stuff like that's going on, I would be up that dude's ass, be like, what, if it was talking about, oh, this dude's haunted, and oh, he used to rape people and all this shit, like, don't do that, what I mean? Like,
Right. It's one thing to say, oh, I have this ghost in my house.
Right, totally.
Okay, that's all well and good. But like you said, to claim that he's raping people or he's killing people or he's doing anything that there's absolutely zero fucking evidence of, except for what you heard from your spirit box. That's what people don't realize yet.
Yeah.
Everything Kent says it comes from the spirits told him. And how did they tell him? Through a fucking spirit box.
Yeah.
That right there tells you he's full of shit.
Yeah, that shit
What more
pissed
do you
me off
need?
too. He used that in an
You know-
argument against us, saying that, you know, he was like, I never said that. He was talking about like Rachel Mitchell
Right.
dying. I can't remember what it was, what in particular, but he was like, you know, I never said that. It was the spirits that told me that, and I just lost my shit because it's like that don't work. That don't fucking work. That is the ramblings of a madman, you know.
Yep,
Which
absolutely.
some people could say, oh well, you know, he's mentally unstable, and it's like, no, he's a fucking asshole.
Right.
You know?
And as you know, and I'm not gonna name any names on this one, but as you know, there was a person very knowledgeable and very good at debunking things, who Kent allowed access to his drive, so that they could actually see all his files and go through them. And Kent said to prove that, you know, he hadn't faked anything.
Right.
Well, it was absolute proof that he most definitely did, and that a lot of his shit was not legit. And the person decided not to do anything about it because they were concerned with Kent's mental capacities at the time, or whatever, not capacity, but you know, his
stability,
his mental being, or whatever, right? And he got a free pass out of that. The one chance the whole world got to have.
Yeah. Which I'd be more than happy to take over that position.
Oh man!
If that person happens to be watching or happens to come across this, I mean, I understand if no is the answer and you don't have to say anything, but like, man,
and I do understand that person's not wanting to do that, you know, because of their background and how they feel about things and people's mental health, and no one wants to fuck with that. But like I said earlier, it don't give you a free pass to mess with other people's. Right. And I think anybody, no matter who you are, what you do, or what your capacities are, should be held accountable for your actions in one sense or the other. You know, obviously, if you got diminished mental capabilities, then maybe you should be held to a different standard, maybe, but still punished accordingly, you know, to who you are and what you understand and comprehend. But you don't get a free fucking pass ever. You know, like, what gives you the right?
Yeah. I mean, it could be argued that lots of people who fake evidence have mental capacity issues.
Well, having an ego and needing your ego filled, to me, it doesn't constitute anything besides just being a prick.
Well, people love their ego stroked. I mean, I do, but I'm not willing to fucking fake things I don't know why I feel so strong. I guess it was really because I felt foolish. You know, I consider myself, you know, knowledgeable and not gullible, darn you. And so when I got fooled, it was like, you know what? Like, no more of this. I don't know. It just kind of triggered something for me because I've always been interested in the paranormal, you know, as you know, once I remember watching Unsolved Mysteries with my dad and sightings and stuff like that, and really enjoying the ghost stories or the UFO stories. I've always been interested in it, you know.
Right.
And I was one of the kids that stole scary stories to tell in the dark, even though it's not, you know, true. It's you know, it was a cool book. I got all 3 of them from my elementary school library. They're mine. Still have them. But I was always into creepy things. And, yeah, I mean, it bothers me because I've experienced stuff. And I don't know what it is. I don't know if it's something that we're making happen. You know? I mean, I think some of it is. I think so, too. Honestly. You know, like the poltergeist stuff happening around, you know, young girls that are in their early teens or about to be. And you know, a lot of poltergeist activity happening around that. I wonder if that's something that the girls are tapping into for some reason, or maybe it's, maybe even in the situation where you were in, where something physically moved you, maybe somehow you made that happen without, realizing it was it was you. Not that you moved, it just could have been like you mentally moved yourself. Who knows? I'm not saying it was or wasn't.
Right. Which I can't explain it either, and I'm always open to anytime I tell anybody any of them things. I'm more than open to anybody's opinion on it because I have no idea. And if it's
It was
all
a
in my
demon.
brain, whatever, you know what I mean? Just like
Right.
I that's fine because I think a lot of people's paranormal experiences are all right here. That's why I believe a lot of people can't prove the stuff that's happening because it is happening. It's just my reality, my comprehension of what's going on in your reality, and it's not tuned into the same fucking frequency.
Until you
right
capture
there.
something yourself, you're not sold on what other people are presenting. Yeah, like, so you see something that looks phenomenal on your camera, something that you captured, you'd be more inclined to believe that something was a little bit more crazy than, like, say you've captured a fucking shadow figure that there's no reason for it to be there. Then you'd be a little bit more convinced, yeah, rather than watching somebody else's video. Or
Yeah,
you still,
no, I mean,
be like, not
I'd
believe
still
your
be
own
open.
footage. Yeah.
No, I would. I don't know if I'd believe my own footage. I would definitely try to debunk it, but I've
With
actually
something that
seen
you
with
saw
my
with your
eyes.
Yeah.
I've
Then you'd
seen
be,
many things with my eyes that
yeah.
I can't explain, and I've seen what people say are shadow figures with my eyes.
Yeah,
I've
I've
never
seen
caught
something
one on a
similar.
camera. I film shit all the time. I'm always filming. Like I think it's annoying to people who know me. I film every trip I take on a snowmobile, I freaking hiking, everything. I'm always filming everything. I don't see
Yeah.
anything in any of that, but I see shit in
Right.
real life. You know what I mean? Like that with my own eyes. So, I mean,
But you don't know what
I
it
think
is, so you're not
maybe,
willing to call it a ghost. You're kind of open to any explanation. Yeah.
yeah. And I've always
Yeah.
been that way. Whatever.
Yeah.
I naturally debunk. My brain always does that, and a lot of times I think I pass things off that I shouldn't have. Like
Yeah.
I'll be open enough to say that. There's been a lot of times where maybe something happened that I was just like, nah, that's
Right.
got to be this. Even though I had no proof that it's that or the other, I usually took the route of, it's got to be the most sensible one.
Yeah.
It
Right.
ain't
Right.
a
Totally.
ghost,
Totally.
right? But
I often wonder if there's some sort of, because we don't quite understand, like, what life and consciousness, like, why it works or what it is. So I kind of wonder if, like, there's a sort of life form that isn't biological. That's maybe some sort of, I don't know, just some sort. I guess you'd use the word transdimensional. I don't know, or multidimensional. I don't know, but it's, to me, I would think, and I know this term gets passed around a lot, but I would think of it more as some sort of conscious energy that's not ghosts whatsoever. It's just some sort of life form that we can't measure or comprehend or understand because we don't have any way to obtain one. I don't say that that's what it is, but I'm curious, and what got me thinking about that was, I would see these videos of UFOs that I would say are legit, lights in the skies that are moving, or then there are stories I would hear people talking about where they would see like a ball of light, and it would break apart into other lights that were smaller, and they would go around, and then it would come back into the form of the ball that it was, which wasn't usually
wow,
bigger than a
yeah,
softball. And I wonder if that doesn't sound like technology to me. It doesn't sound like any kind of life form that I know either, but maybe that's the thing. Maybe that's the core of this thing, and I don't know, that it's alive somehow. And maybe, there's all these stories about fairies, right? And maybe that's kind of
right.
like where those stories came from. I don't know. It's all theoretical. No one knows. But that's why I'm not sold either that ghosts are the spirits of the dead. I'm not saying they aren't,
Right.
because there are certain things that it would make sense, I guess. But I don't think it's a dead person, like a person as we think of as a person walking around from room to room. I
Right.
tend to believe more that when you move on, you again are energy, and there's that term again, that inhabits the house. It kind of, I hate to use this word, but I can't think of another word to use. It kind of possesses the house. It takes the house, and then that's sort of the body of this energy. And then when you see a ghost, because my main question is, why do spirits wear clothes? That's not my main question, but I think it's a good one. Why do spirits wear clothes? Clothes are not alive. They should not have a soul. It doesn't make sense that a ghost would wear clothes. It just doesn't make sense to me. So what if instead of what you're seeing and interpreting as someone walking from room to room, and you happen to catch a glimpse of it, and they were wearing old style clothing, that is what they remember wearing, and so when they're projecting an image for you to see, and they do want your attention, or maybe they don't. Maybe it's a residual thing too. I'm kind of okay with the idea of a residual thing happening, something that's been recorded in time.
I think multiple things could be happening. I think you're on a very similar train of thought that I am on this too. I do believe that maybe, I think everything exists in another dimension. Other things exist, which, I mean, there's physicists that say the same thing. There's multiple dimensions all around us that we can't comprehend. Our
we
brain
know
can't,
that's true too.
Right. So that's absolutely true. They've shown that with the little particle that fucking disappeared, came back, and ended up going through other matter. So I mean, how could that happen, right?
Yeah.
But I believe that parts of our body, just our mind, right? I think most psychics are full of shit, but I don't think all of them are. Yeah. You know what I mean? I believe there
Do you have a reason
for
that? Not to get off track, but do you have a reason for that? Have you encountered something that was weird? Did you talk to somebody
No, I thought it was kind of funny that psychic Amy on the Dead Files experienced all the same exact things, had the same exact thoughts that I had at that house without me knowing. So how, but then I also think about it, well, maybe she was fed by what the homeowner told her, and I had the similar things of falling on the stairs, but there was some story of someone being pushed down a stair. Maybe all of them became part of this thought process.
I have to mention something real quick since we are
Sure.
debunkers. Tara from Australia, I hate to break it to you, but third phase of moon are absolute hoaxers, and perhaps maybe one day, because I think it would be cool to also maybe not just do ghosty stuff, but debunk UFO footage. And I could think of a couple of videos right away about third phase of moon being fake. So I hate to burst your bubble on that one. As far as UFO footage goes, I take it again along with spirits. I take it all with a grain of salt. There are some that I think are really good, but I'm always kind of on the fence. I do believe in it. I do believe that. We know something's in the sky. So. But anyway, sorry to interrupt there. What was it we were just talking about?
We were just talking.
Yeah, go ahead. Do you remember?
Yeah, well, I think there's just so much that we just can't comprehend. And I think we're getting little glimpses of it. I think we're using parts of our brain. I think the more we concentrate, the more we try to open our third eye, the more, I actually tried for a while doing these exercises, and it's like massage exercises on your head, and it's rhythmic, and it's all these things. And I would actually do them in the shower when the steady water going on me or whatever. And supposedly that's supposed to help open your third eye or whatever. Now, I don't know if it just the process of doing it, if that helped, but for some reason, for a couple weeks going after that, it just seemed like I was everything had more clarity. Everything was more alive. Everything was more I was just more in tune. You know what I mean? So I strongly believe that all exists, that there's way more than we've been allowed to believe too. Because honestly, no offense to anybody that's religious, our churches have kept us stupid to what our full potential is for a freaking long time.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
I think
And I believe, not to get crazy, but I do believe in God, but I don't think it is what the church says it is. I'm much more into a spiritual kind of state where I do believe in a lot of that. I believe in demons. I believe in angels. But again, you know, the Bible was written by man after all. So I think there are some things that are potentially real, and more things about the Bible have been proven to be real than not in sort of archaeological research and stuff. So I tend to believe that there is some people call it the universe, right? Like there's a group that believe in the thing called the law of attraction, and they often refer to it as the universe. And I think they're one and the same. Whatever that is, I don't fucking know, and I don't have an explanation, but yeah, I not to get further into it and start having a theological discussion.
I don't know, but your audio is friggin' breaking up on me.
Is it breaking up on everybody else?
No, now it's better. I don't know what the hell the deal is.
I just moved a little bit closer. Maybe I did something when I moved the microphone. Could everybody hear me there? I hope so. I'm not gonna repeat it. I'm just gonna. Oh, Punky B is back and leaving at the same time. We've also got. Let's see here. Blueberry's still in here. How you doing? Caroline Saxby is in here. Central Maine Ghost Hunters are still partaking. Punky B, but she's saying goodbye. I love you. Thank you so much. And we got Rochelle's Canadian, of course. The lovely Rochelle's Canadian. Sharon, Tara, or Tara. I don't know. Is it Tara, as if tearing a piece of paper? Or Tara, as if I'm building a road? And Teshi. Yeah, you know, it's one of those things that I really am sorry you had to go through what you went through, my friend. And, you know, again, I really hope that episode 3 kind of pulls in some closure for you, because I really do want you to be able to take the chapter and put it behind you, and us remain, you know, friends, of course.
Yeah, absolutely.
I don't think that you know, I'd still like to come out and visit, even when everything's over and done, you know.
Yeah, me and Tammy talk about it all the time, bro, about having you come back up and spend some time, letting, you know, show you where I'm from, man. Like, the real Maine, the real Carmel, Maine, the real Maine.
Right.
Like, we have a beautiful fucking state here. I'd love
And
to
I
show
want
it
you to understand, too, when I was there before, I know I was dead tired trying to do and keep up with everything. And you were out showing me places that I really did find interesting, but I was, like, not recording or doing anything. And I want you to understand, I wasn't trying to not be engaged. I was just, like, trying to fucking, because I was excited, but my body and mind were just like, shut the fuck down. You got something to do in, like, 40 minutes, you know? And I just fucking, I remember talking crazy to you because I was half asleep and trying to not be rude.
Just blame it on the fucking ground round food.
Yeah. Oh, man, that was so good. So, rest in peace, Ground Round.
I can't believe I can never have that chicken again. I really
I know, it
fell
was
in
so
love with
good.
that chicken too. Oh, man.
I did, yeah. It was something I was going to look forward to. My every visit was going there, you know. I'm open to finding new places, but we don't have them out here, and I like that kind of thing, you know. But yeah, I mean, we're trying to get more theater viewings out there. So, you know, maybe I can make it back for another theater viewing if I know enough in advance, because tickets are always cheaper when you pay like 2 or 3 months early, you know. I found that out the hard way.
I'll put you up. You know that,
yeah,
right?
absolutely. I really appreciate that too.
Here, freaking Luke too. You know, if Luke happened to come or whatever, we'd love to have you. My wife says it all the time. You know,
right?
You're like family now.
Yeah. We appreciate that so much. But yeah, I think it's about wrap up time. We've been at it for 4 hours. It's 10 o'clock out here. People have work tomorrow, and God, this has been a wonderful stream. So many people showed up. So many likes, so many views, so many gifted.
Yeah,
too bad it didn't all go through. I wish that there would have been able to be more members. But hey, you know, there's always next time. Maybe we can figure out what went wrong. But
it's awesome.
David, you're a gentleman, and I appreciate the hell out of you, my friend.
Yeah, right back at you, buddy. I appreciate you.
Yeah, I appreciate you too, man. For real. Coming out and saying these things, you know, even though it was an emotional thing that you were going through, you didn't have to do it, and I appreciate you welcoming me and letting me talk to you. Absolutely.
Right, you're welcome, man.
So, all right, everybody, I am going to end the stream. We're going to be trying to do this more often. I can't guarantee it once a week, but maybe once every 2 weeks or at least once a month. I'm going to try and figure this out. I will always make an announcement before it happens if it can ever become a regular thing. So you'll always know when it's happening. So thanks everybody for coming in, and we will see you next time.
Bye, everyone.
See ya. Well, there is one more thing I wanted to mention to you. One more thing. You are beautiful. Don't let anybody tell you otherwise, not even yourself.